We are calling this meeting to order at 5:05 p.m. and we are adjourning to closed session at 5:05 p.m. Thank you. Honor to welcome you to tonight's board meeting. We just exited closed session and we're calling the board meeting for Tuesday, March 14th, 2023 to order at 6:06 p.m. Is Cheryl Munoz here from Transportation? We would be honored if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Right there is fine, and we'll get you a microphone.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you so much. We have a report from closed session. By a vote of 5-0 on this date, March 14th, 2023, the board reviewed the administrative hearing panel's findings and expulsion recommendation concerning student case number 2223-01. In closed session, the board adopted the findings and recommendation of the administrative hearing panel to expel student for violation of Education Code Section 48900 subsection A subsection 1, 48900 subsection B, and 48915 subsection C subsection 2. The term of the expulsion shall be through the district's winter break of the 2023-24 school year, with a readmission date of January 9th, 2024. Readmission to the district is contingent upon satisfactory completion of the rehabilitation plan adopted by the board pursuant to California Education Code Section 48916. That was not an easy decision. Tonight we're so honored to recognize so many of our heroes in this room. If we can go ahead and begin. Dr. Lee, Dr. Hammett, congratulations, by the way. If we can get a round of applause. They were recently recognized as some of the best in the business here. Tonight we're talking about Schools to Watch Fissler, correct?
Good evening, President Takora, Board of Trustees, our Superintendent, Dr. Bob Pleka, fellow cabinet, and guests, room full of guests. The Schools to Watch program identifies model grade level schools that are exemplary and have a culture of collaborative leadership. The California Department of Education sets forth eligibility requirements to apply, and as part of the criteria, the school must provide equitable opportunities and whole child supports. Schools to Watch schools serve as models and mentors for middle grade schools and educators seeking best practices so that all young adolescent students may experience whole child success. Tonight, we would like to recognize Robert C. Fissler School as a Schools to Watch 2023 model school. Trustee Talavera, Chad, and I were honored to share the celebration in Monterey last week, and here with us tonight is Dr. Benaral, the principal, and her team to accept the recognition.
I had the fortune to be at the final visit, and they had each teacher go around and share. And in what came through, I think, two things. First, their care, their love, their dedication to the kids. And that heart came through. And the second piece, why they've been so effective, is their care for each other. And so literally, there were tears shed as they talked about how much they cared for each other. So they have a community where they care about each other, and that community cares about our kids. So just another big round of applause for Fissler.
why don't we go ahead and move on to, congratulations again, by the way, to everyone at Fissler Elementary. Dr. Hammett, can we go ahead and begin with the California League of Educators Elementary Teacher of the Year?
Yes. Yes. We're so excited because in addition to honoring our schools, the California League of Educators also selects 10 teachers from different regions throughout California to be represented as the 2023 Teachers of the Year for that region. Those teachers then go and present at the conference, and from those teachers, they select a statewide Teacher of the Year. We have the honor of having the 2023 California State California League of Educators teacher here in our presence today. So, Amy Chung, please come forward. Now, before Amy, you go get your award, I would love for you to come give your speech. Amy gave a speech, and I would love for her to give that speech because truly I can say Julian Lee and myself heard it, as well as our own representative, Leonel Talavera, and it was the best speech of the entire conference. So we are so excited to have her give that to us today.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, President Tucker, board members, cabinet, and members of the FSD community. I had the privilege to represent Region 11. I'm sorry, I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces, so I'm really excited. I had the privilege of representing Region 11 at the California League of Educators conference, and they asked us to speak about the most important lesson that we learned from our students. So in reflecting on my 14 years as an educator in Fullerton School District, most of those years spent at my heart, Maple Elementary School, thought, my students taught me an incredible number of lessons. But if I had to narrow it down to one, it would be that the power of feeling seen and represented is immeasurably impactful. Because you see, when I was going through school, I would get subtle jabs from my peers about the shape of my eyes. Sometimes they would make these really uncreative alliterations with my last name. And of course, a very original sneering of the foods that I would bring to school. And it was never disruptive enough to stop a classroom. But sometimes, aren't those incidences just as harmful? Having that undercurrent in daily school culture. So, unnoticed and quietly, my younger self started to hide huge pieces of my identity. And that's why, as an educator at a Title I school, serving families, 90% of whom identify as Hispanic Americans, I strive to make sure all of my students feel seen. And with supportive, progressive leadership, like my principal, Mr. Abney, we highlight Hispanic Americans that positively contribute to the success of this country. We participate, and I mean fully participate, in school-wide celebrations like Dia de los Muertos for one. And we invite artists to come to our school to teach ballet folklorico after school to our students. And there was a moment when I saw Gino, and he, full face of paint, clicking his boots to every beat of the music, beaming with pride with his entire community rallying for him. That's why I do what I do. But when you know better, you have to do better. So I helped select a collection of books that showcase a variety of Asian American stories to share with the kids. And that's when I heard Ethan in class say, my family cooks pancit. They sure do, Ethan. He felt represented. And when Alex stopped me in the hallway and he goes, hey, Miss Chung, your eyes, they're like the girl in the book. He was referring to Eyes That Kiss in the Corners by Joanna Ho. I'm just gonna give you one more example. In our school-wide Lunar New Year celebration, I invited lion dancers to come perform for our students because it was important that they experience the vibrance of that culture. And that morning, a very colorful dragon weaved its way through the crowd among the kids. And I can't describe to you the fullness in my heart because that dragon was a complete surprise. It was a papier-mâché labor of love from our parent community at Maple because they wanted to be a part of our celebration. Cultural shifts can happen, and they can happen within one generation. The power of being represented and seen develops a pride in the students from within that gives them the capacity to celebrate and empathize with others. Thank you.
We are very honored because Amy has her family here with her tonight, and we would like her whole family to come up front so that she can take a picture with her family and with our board president and our superintendent.
Thank you. And this is my brother, Tom Chan, and his husband, Alex Barajas. And these are my two sons, Colin Chung and Kyle Chung. So they're all here to help celebrate. Full circle. Thank you all. You all make Fullerton a really, really special place to work and grow up in.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. You're doing the next item, right? It's okay. Thank you.
By the way, sometimes it's intimidating to speak in front of your peers, and I think she did such a beautiful, inspirational job in front of all of us. And so how about one big more round of applause? Let it be known that at every school in our district, we have amazing teachers that care, love, and do the very best. And at Maple, we have a teacher, we have a whole community of teachers, but at Maple, nominated and selected as the very best in California. How about a shout out to Maple and the good work that they're doing?
That was wonderful. Thank you again, and congratulations. Dr. Lee, will you be discussing our California Distinguished Schools at this time? Dr. Hammett?
Switch it up a little bit. California Distinguished Programs was established by the California Department of Education in 1985 and recognizes schools that demonstrate exemplary achievements. The California Distinguished School Program recognizes elementary and middle schools in alternative years. Schools recognized as California Distinguished School awardees hold this title for 2 years. This year, schools recognized in Fullerton represented the top 6% of exemplary schools in California. We are honored to recognize Acacia Elementary, Beechwood K-8, Hermosa Elementary, Robert C. Fistler K-8, Sunset Lane, and Laguna Road Elementary. We are very proud of the leadership, staff, and student at each of the sites. Principals and school representatives, please come forward to be recognized. We're going to call the schools out but one at a time, and please accept this ward congratulatory applause from us. Okay, so here we go. Acacia Elementary School. We have Principal Rachel McCormick, and we have Assistant Principal Susan Engaro. Okay, we have Beechwood K-8, Principal Hannah Lim. Hermosa Elementary, Dr. Caroline Llewellyn. We welcome back up Robert C. Fissler, K-8, Dr. Benaraw, and Assistant Principal Linda Beecher. Sunset Lane, Dr. Tracy Jurina, and Assistant Principal Jessica Hume. We have Laguna Road Elementary School, and I believe we have a representative here tonight. Mary Wynn, yay, Mary! Oh, and Brandon Lennon, come on. We are so very proud of you, team.
Apologies for going a little bit out of order. Thank you. Dr. Hammett, will we be discussing the OC Parenting finalist winners?
We will. We are very excited because OC Parenting Magazine every year reaches out and finds top school district employees. They look for top employees on the classified ranks, which would be our support type staff like secretaries, custodians, instructional assistants. They look for top teachers, and they look for top leaders. What's unique about these awards is they are not selected by other staff members. They're actually selected by parents. They're selected by community members who submit into the magazine and say, these are staff members who need to be recognized for their contributions to our schools. We've had a theme tonight with a particular school, so that theme will continue. We have 3 top finalists. Not only did they make it to the magazine, but they're top finalists. So we'd like to start out with our top employee winner from OC Parent and Magazine, Sarada Krishnan, and she's an instructional assistant at Fissler. So head up front. And as she's heading up front, I'll invite the next person up as well, a top teacher finalist, Kim Bass, also from Fissler. And one more. For a top leader finalist, Dr. Kimberly Benaraw, our Fissler principal. We are so proud of these employees because not only they are recognized as being great employees for our school district, but by our community and by their parents. Thank you for everything you do.
Some of you may have heard in the news that we had a couple classes of 6th graders that were stranded in the mountains a couple weekends ago. And the next portion of the meeting concerns our amazing staff that watched over our students while they were separated from family and also ensured that they were brought home safely. Dr. Pletka, please.
So we all know that we're willing and able to do whatever we need to for our kids. And I'm very fortunate. We are very fortunate to have a community of people that care as much as our community cares. I mean, it was almost like, I don't know, maybe a bad Disney film gone well. We had one of the most massive storms, I think, since 1980 and in that storm, over the years, I've been here 11 years, we've sent kids up before. There's been snow, there's even been rain, but nothing like the storm that we just had. And on Thursday, we started to send people up to be able to get our kids home. You'll have to forgive me maybe on the exact order, but on Thursday, we send up an army, and unfortunately, not only is there snow and a blizzard, but there's a jackknife truck. And so now everybody is stuck. So all the bus drivers, they're stuck on the road, and they can't get by. And those of you who know Big Bear, there's not a lot of places to go. You get stuck on the mountain, you're done. So then they come back, they head back, and then on Friday, they go up again. They go up, they spend all day waiting for an opportunity. In fact, they get really close. At some point, and I saw a picture that Joe showed me. It was actually of the second day, but very similar to another picture that I saw where literally the visibility is just a couple feet in front. Just white haze. And so you have our bus drivers go up in a storm on icy roads trying to get our kids. And while they're doing that, by the way, we have a whole division trying to help them. So I was lucky enough on one of the days to see Cheryl and Chloe and Rose, and they're calling people, and they're calling CHP, and they're trying to get in. And while this is happening, we get involved, and our biggest fear was actually not having them stuck on the mountain. The biggest fear was to have them start to come down and then get stuck at 6:30 at night on the side of a road. That was actually my biggest fear. And so we're trying to navigate, do we go? Is it safe to go? But we can't even get up there. So Friday, at one point, they get 7 miles away. But that last piece, they couldn't make that final piece. They all come home after they've been on the side of a mountain, transportation, all the people, the behind the scenes making that work. And the whole time, the teachers are up there. Now, we love children. We love them very, very much. But when you're with 30, 60, 70, 80 children, from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to bed, one day after another, even the most patient get a little bit nervous about it. So they're up there, and if you've seen, I saw pictures, if you've seen pictures, at one point the snow is all the way up to the windows, all the way to the top, and there's just this little spot that the person who's standing, who took the photo, you can see that sees over it. And it doesn't say this, but you know the word help was what they wanted to put in there. Now, while this is all happening, we were trying to look for the next window. So Saturday, they said there's no window. They said the next possible window is Sunday. Now, mind you, our transportation team has gone up the mountain, down the mountain, up the mountain, down the mountain, up the mountain, down the mountain. And they're not at a spa. They're on the side of a road, of a snow, and icy roads, and places they can't even see. Now, they said this window was going to be Sunday, and they said the window was going to be midday-ish, between noon and 2. So what does our amazing team of transportation do? They go back up. They leave at 6 a.m. on a Sunday. That means that they were there. They had to be up at 5 on a Sunday to do that. And by the way, there's things I learned. I didn't know anything about snow and buses, but not anybody can go up the mountain. You have to be snow trained, mountain trained. So we have 4 that have gone and gotten this certification. So up they go. But you know what? We had heard that might be a small window for minivans. So we send the minivans up. And someone said, well, maybe small buses. We send up small buses. So you have an army of 9 bus drivers all going up with the one chance that it can open up. Now, mind you, our teachers back at the ranch, they are with kids. And Sunday, all the fun is gone. No more snowmen. At that point, there was even I heard one teacher say to me, we're worried about food. We want to make sure that there's still food coming. And medication and all of those things that are like starting to worry. And if you, by the way, I've had the pleasure of knowing Joe over the years. I didn't get to talk to him while I was up there, but did you see him on NBC? Oh my gosh, calm, what a great life lesson for children. Yes, so our teacher's doing it. Oh, and by the way, we have 2 principals that we've given them burner phones. So these phones now, every parent, all day long, all weekend long, are calling them. Now, while this is happening, so I'm calling Lindy, I'm calling Julie. Okay, this is the latest. While that's happening, Mike McAdams, where's Mike? Mike, yeah, have a little, there we go, for Mike. Mike starts calling, and he calls the CHP. And then Mike calls the CHP again. And then he calls the CHP again. And then he calls the CHP again. And then that wasn't enough. So he found 2 other friends of his to all call the dispatcher at the same time to see if we could find one that would say the right thing, which is, we're going to get them out. Now, in addition to all of that, here's another thing I didn't know about snow and snow plows. There are big plows and little plows. And big plows take snow off both sides of the mountain. Small plows take just one side of the mountain. So if you have only one side of the mountain, they kept telling us they only go down, no one goes up. But does Mike's take that as an answer? No, he's relentless. He keeps calling. And literally, because I know this because he's calling me every half hour. And he's like, I just called again. I just had 2 more people call. And so this is all happening. It's now 2 o'clock, and there is nothing, none of them, no roads opened up. Mike hears from the CHP. If you send the buses right now across the mountain, another 2 hours away, it might open. What do? All the bus drivers, probably not super happy, by the way, but what did they do? For the sake of our kids, we were willing to do that. And they did. And they started traversing across the mountain after they had been there since 6 in the morning. Now it's 2 o'clock, and they're willing to do it. Thank God. Mike kept calling. And they said to him, call it off. We're not going to let them in on 18. They all drive home. Most of them didn't get home till about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, after they've been on since 6. This is their Sunday. And then what do? Monday morning at 6 a.m., they go back up the mountain. Now, while that's happening, we're getting a little worried. I started to hear things like, it might not open up at all. So this is where Sergeant Bridges comes in. So we're very appreciative. So we call Sergeant Bridges and we said, could you put in a good word with the CHP for us? So he starts making calls, trying to get our kids down. And he was able to make a connection. And through his help and Mike, who just kept calling the whole time, they finally said, we're going to let just Fullerton. This is how annoying Mike McAdams must have been. We're going to allow just Fullerton down. But did Mike stop and say, okay, that's good enough? No. He says, we've got Centralia kids from another district, and they need to come home too. And he said, so it's not just 2, it's 2 plus the 3. We need 5 buses that need an escort from the CHP. So Mike not only helped all the kids in our district, he also helped the kids in Centralia to get down the mountain. And Anaheim was also up there, and he was able to get their buses to get our Centralia kids home that day. The whole time, our 2 principals, they're literally calling and talking to their parents with phone call after phone call. And how do I know? Because every time I called them 30 minutes apart, they were like, I just got a new message. I just got a new phone call. After all weekend doing that. And the whole time, by the way, the teachers are up there with the 130 kids in the snow with what they wanted to write, help. So we finally get them down. And I'm going to, Kyle, it's okay if I can out you just a little bit. I see Kyle. And if you know Kyle, Kyle's a little like Joe, kind of calm, kind of radiates a sense of peace. Things are going to be okay. If I'm stranded on a mountain, I want to be with Kyle. I know, Joe, I want to be like all of this. He comes off, and he looks like he has PTSD. And I've never seen, he kind of has like the little twitch going, but he was so fine. Now, while he's doing this, by the way, Jody and Kim and Carlos, the whole time, all that time, were with our kids. That whole time, encouraging them. That whole time, when kids were crying, they were there for them. And guess what? At times, I'm going to guess you can ask them, they felt maybe a little fearful, maybe a little worried. Just as a side note, after we left for 4 days later, one of the few grocery stores, the ceiling came crashing down. And at one point, there was a little bit of a worry about the food. So this is all a very possible thing. But during it all, our teachers were there. And our transportation staff was there. And our partners, like Sergeant Bridges, was there. And our principals were there. And great people like Mike McAdams were there. And I think if there's a story, it's the story of the great people in this district that go way above and beyond, that will do anything, even on a Sunday, will go after they've already worked 12 hours, willing to drive 2 more hours in the snow to help our kids. That is this community that we have.
Dr. Bob?
Yeah.
Is this one on? The director, J.D. Mancha, couldn't be here tonight. Has some personal things going on. He wanted me to share this with the staff from J.D. Mancha. I wish I could be there to publicly share how proud I am of our wonderful transportation team. This is the best transportation team I've ever worked with in my 22 career. They all work tirelessly after hours and on weekends to bring our students home. I'm so proud of everyone involved. I'm truly grateful to work with professionals such as these individuals who wholeheartedly support our number one goal, which is the safe transportation of the students we serve. I'm excited to report that the screenplay is finished, entitled Get Our Kids Home, and we are in talks. Bruce Willis is going to play Mike McAdam, and Kevin Costner is going to play our superintendent. So I'm pretty excited about this.
Dr. Coughlin, Dr. Plektik, can you guys stand up and help us recognize everybody? I'll read the names out. If we can just go ahead and begin. For Above and Beyond, from Transportation, Chloe Carrasco. Sylvia Hernandez, it says Mountain Driver next to your name. Donna Apodaca, Mountain Driver. Maritza Ramos, Mountain Driver. Meredith Morales, Mountain Driver. Roxana Aviles came in to help on Sunday. Christy Medina came in to help Sunday. Sandra Ruiz also came in to help on Sunday. Yesenia maybe came in to help Sunday. Francisco Rojas came in to help Sunday. Cheryl Munoz. Rose Williams. John Andrews. And, of course, Mike McAdam. If it's okay, we'll just move on. Also, please come up when we call your name. This is Transportation and Fern Drive and Rolling Hills. Lindy McNutt. Kyle Williamson. Jody Dyer. Kyle, Jody, and Kim Clary Horn. These are all teachers from Rolling Hills. Becky Arbiso, Belinda DeMille, and Amy Kurth. Also, Julie Lucas, Joe Conti, Carlos Mota, Nanette Roller, Brenda Alvarez, and Fabiola Pineda.
Can we get her squeeze in a little bit more? Can we get, how about a little bit more? Oh, that's all right, that's all right. I got it. It's all right. Okay, it's all right. We'll just kick Sergeant Bridges, come on up. All right, here we go.
Thank you again. We're going to adjourn for a couple of minutes, everyone. Like 3 minutes. Thank you. Superintendent's report.
We've had a lot of celebrations, and I'll keep it short. One thing I just found out yesterday afternoon, and again, just as a tribute to all the good people that work in our district, good board, good administrators, all the way down, and a good community, good parents. But I want to also recognize we got a call from the AXA Region 17, which is the administrative organization for Orange County, and they selected 2 of our staff members as Administrators of the Year. Chad was named Administrator of the Year in HR. And Julian was named Administrator of the Year in Curriculum and Ed Services.
I would also like to add,
And
Dr.
Dr.
Pletka was selected as the Orange County Superintendent of the Year.
That's a trifecta.
Every night from the dais, I feel like we're surrounded by excellence, but it feels a little more excellent tonight. So thank you, everyone. Trustee reports or information from the Board of Trustees. Why don't we go ahead and start with Trustee Berryman?
I knew you were going to start with me. Okay. I'm just so caught up in all the fun. So first I want to congratulate everyone, and again, thank everyone's left that we just recognize. But as a board member, I think you sit up here and you hope that in times of crisis and in times of when our district can come together, that they really hold together and they make it happen. And it was the communication that we got on what was happening, and from what I've heard from everyone else, your team, the team here, pulled together to make sure that everybody knew what was going on. Didn't make it any easier that it was happening, but in crisis like that, just knowing what's happening and being in the know and getting updates, I think makes a big, big difference. When we think of our parents, who this could have been their children's first time away, they're already a little stressed out and nervous. You could imagine what they were going through. And so you can't fix it, but you can certainly be part of communicating to them that their children are okay, making them feel like they're in the best care they could possibly be. We had loving teachers. We had people that were there that really supported those children. And I commend everyone for doing that, because it makes, as a parent, you know what they're going through. And those children, same thing, up at night crying because maybe they missed their parents, trying to be strong and stoic, but having that teacher to be that caring individual and that caring adult for them, I think made a huge difference. So again, thank you for everything that you guys did. That was not an easy task, but pulling together is what our district does. Bringing all of our groups together to work together for the best of our district has been what we've always done, and you guys made that apparent, and when it was time to prove it, you did it. So thank you so very much. Sorry, that wasn't just my report though, I'm sorry. That was just my editorial, because it makes me cry. You know how I am. Try not to cry. I do want to share, I think I'm just going to share some advocacy pieces with you guys. I had the pleasure, and I don't know if Cindy Rivera is in the audience anywhere, can't see her, but I had the pleasure of going to Sacramento with the Orange County PTA a few weeks back and advocating on behalf of all of our children. I was very, very proud that we actually, from the group of 66 individuals that went up with us to Sacramento as a PTA, that 5 were from Fullerton, 3 of which were from the elementary school district, and 1 student this year went with us from Sunny Hills High School, who was a graduate of our own Laguna Road, Parks, Sunny Hills now, and is an extremely successful advocate for students, and so made me so very proud to have that student with us this year. We heard from lots of people. So I'm just going to name some just because for those of you that are visiting our board meeting tonight, this is the only time we really have to share. So I'm sorry if it's boring for you guys, but I'm really excited about it because I want my board members to know who we had the opportunity to hear from. And I won't tell you everything, but I will tell you that we heard from the CEO of the National Alliance of Mental Illness, so NAMI. We had the CEO there speak to us. One of my favorite people, Ken Kapan, who is with the Legislative Analyst Office, who is the Principal Fiscal and Policy Analyst there. We had Senator Josh Newman come and speak to us at lunchtime, which is always a treat. Senator Portantino was under the weather, but he did send in a video, so he would not lose that opportunity to speak to a group of advocates. Carol Kosovar, who is one of the editors of Ed 100. If people don't know what Ed 100 is, it's a website that people can go onto and learn all about education. We had Letty Cross, who is the director of the statewide arts initiative. So when we talk about Prop 28 passing and we are going to be getting some funding, she spoke about how that's going to be used and what the challenges are there. We have the managing editor for EdSource, Adam Eisenberg, came. We also had people from our California State PTA come and share. Then we had our evening speaker was Dennis Myers, who is our California School Boards Association Executive Director. And then the next day, so that's just day one, right? So that's day one in Sacramento with our PTA members. So when we go, we don't go and lollygag, we go because we really want to learn. We then were able to hear our own Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva come and speak. She's also the Assembly Arts Commission. So again, we're talking about arts and how that's flowing. Diane Dixon, who is one of our newest Assembly member here in Orange County. And then we had Janet Nguyen came in. And just a side note, as she was finishing up her speech, it was raining in Sacramento when it's the same time that they were up there, right? So we were in Sacramento, it was pouring rain. And all of a sudden at the end of her talk to us, there goes the fire alarm. So we then had to exit the building with all the legislators, everyone's going out, pouring rain. And so we're out there for 20 minutes figuring out that we really didn't have an exit plan, right? So it's like, come back in. So we came back in. I made everybody take roll because no one left with their buddies, and I was a little nervous. So, and then I'm not going to say the best speaker, but we had the privilege of having our own California Superintendent of State Instruction, or of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, who came and spent a half an hour with us and really made our members feel warm and welcome and understand that there are people that really truly care about public education. For our student members, it was so thrilling because they had an opportunity, of course, to take pictures. And it was really a great time to find out about what his priorities are and have him hear what our priorities were as PTA members. And so it was a very successful trip. We then spent the afternoon visiting our legislators, and it was fun because I've been there a few times, but having new parents, PTA members go up and get their first taste of what advocacy looks like, and that PTA, Orange County specifically, has the most PTA members in all of the state. So Orange County PTA is the biggest group in the state with probably 95,000 members. And so for them to hear that their voices are strong, that parents and community members have a voice, and that when parents go to Sacramento, they go because they care about their kids, they care about all kids. They're not going with a specific intention, right? They're not going paid by an association. They're not going for any other reason but to advocate for children. And so because of that, I think we get these high hitters. We get people that really, truly want to come speak to us and get some great information. When we heard from NAMI, we really talked about mental health. Mental health was something that we went up there talking about mindful, looking at the hearts of our children, looking at the souls of our children, and really addressing all the mental health issues right now. And just gathering information and passing that along was phenomenal. So it was great. It's always great to hear the LAO's opinion about what's going on. He had some great insight to the governor's budget, had some great insight to what their recommendations are. And of course, we're looking at a budget deficit. We're looking at things, and it's always been like that in education funding because we don't have a stable funding source. And so it's looking at what's the next year going to take us, and as an LAO, what are they talking to our legislators about? What are they recommending that we take a look at? That the governor really take a look at. So that was very interesting. And Josh Newman, who came and spoke to us at lunch, talked about some of his bills that he has. He's always very, very not comical, but he throws in a whole bunch of stories, right, when he's talking. And he made sure that we knew that he has a Recess for All bill, which is something we'll be following. Portantino has always been very adamant about really testing for dyslexia early on. And so he had a bill that he introduced last session, and it was put away, and I believe he's bringing that one back out. He's also the spearhead behind the Late Start bill that has a very, very lots of controversy that goes along with that, but it's best for kids, right? And then we talked about the whole Prop 28 and how the money as it's coming through, and what we heard was when you have a proposition, it's voted by the people, right? So this arts bill was voted upon, which means that there's no taking that money back, right? We're going to get that money, so we don't have to worry about it. It's just a matter of how it comes, when it comes, and how you need to spend it that they don't even know yet. So they're not sure, and I was able to gather some information, pass that along to our district, just to kind of take a look and see what's happening. EdSource talked about a bunch of their, hot buttons, community schools being one of them. A lot of times I hear things when I'm at these conferences, and it always reminds me, and you hate to say it because I hate to say I have this little sunshine walking around with me, but we do great things here in this district. We have a great team, and I think that we look out for what's best for our children, and we've been doing really great things for our kids for a very long time. Our district is doing those things. So when they talk about, well, these are the things that are happening within the state, these are the things that are happening at all these other districts, I can sit there and say, yeah, we do that. Oh, you should be doing this. Well, we do that. Oh, we should be. And so I'm able to check off a lot of those boxes that, we're doing that already. There's always something we can glean from this, and we can always get better. But I have to tell you, for those that haven't been around and don't hear this, we are really doing some great things for our kids and for our students. So I am always so very proud. So thank you very much. And I think that's about it. That's my my saga. But I think it's Advocacy Month, really, because we have also been engaging with our own that's PTA, our own school board association has been doing their Advocacy Week. It's all Zoom, so we are tuning in to our local legislators and advocating on behalf of the California School Board Association. So we've got some talking points. Then again, one of the biggest messages for both PTA and for School Boards Association have been the governor does plan, or one of his plans is to cut some of the money that he's already promised. And it's advocating to don't cut that, please, because we've already been spending that money. Districts have already allocated it. What we're trying to do is say, look at other programs that haven't come in yet, and maybe we need to take a look at those and maybe not bring those in, and let's really spend the time looking at the stuff that we've already been promised. So that's one of the biggest things there. I do go back to Sacramento next week for California State Legislature is doing their or PTA is doing their conference, and so I'm going to go on that one as well. But I don't think it's going to be as good as the Orange County one. I didn't say that out loud on camera, right? But no. So that's what I've been up to. Just thought I would share that with the rest of my board. I'm now finally getting all the presentations because a lot of the speakers have given us presentations, and so I will pass that along to you guys so that you can see the information that I was able to gather for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Berryman. Trustee Talavera?
following that up, mine's gonna seem I wasn't that busy, but yeah, no, thank you. Wealth of information there. Looking forward to hearing and seeing some of those presentations. So I think I don't want to reiterate a lot of the stuff, but I did attend again the Schools to Watch and then the Teacher of the Year up in Monterey. We had our little hiccup up there, but again, we're
Didn't the dike break in Monterey? Seriously?
I don't.
Flood, no electricity.
Yeah, no electricity. Yeah, no electricity. Some flights were canceled, and our flight was delayed. But we ended up driving back on Friday. Hotel was electricity went away. My phone was charged at 20%. Luckily, there's tech people out there having their portable battery packs and things like that. So, but again, was safe. Wasn't stranded up in Big Bear, which I wouldn't have actually minded. I love the mountains, but yeah. So I actually attended that conference up there. So I don't want to reiterate a lot again what was said there. Again, our school district does an amazing job. You can see it firsthand, from the top down and even from bottom up as well too. Transportation staff and employees there. I mean, it's great to see how we all kind of come together. So again, Trustee Berryman did an amazing job there. I actually wanted just to kind of highlight a few of the things that are up and coming. Some of the, which is still kind of near and dear to my heart, but some sporting events that are going to be happening at some of our school sites, our parks, in conjunction with the school district on May 5th at Gilbert Park, a volleyball tournament, and then a basketball tournament on May 6th at Independence Park. I don't know. Yeah, they haven't asked me to play either.
More information about all of you who want to play. It's 3-on-3, half court, running time 10 minutes. Every team will get to play at least 2 games. Final game 15 minutes. Be there May 6th. If you would like to sign up, anybody on the board, please feel free.
I think we have to have a rule that there has to be at least one kid on the team, I think, but we'll see.
Is oxygen provided? No, I mean, just a lot of, again, a lot of amazing things happening at our school districts. Again, also the grand opening of the community center at Nicholas Junior High on March 30th. A lot of that information you can find on our website, but I just want to really highlight that so people know that we're doing things, and there are also ways and the community can get involved and the greater good that's happening. So just kind of keep a lookout for a lot of that information. And Orange Thorpe Elementary is celebrating their 150th anniversary tomorrow. Yeah, Wednesday tomorrow. So yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Talavera. Trustee Hanchett?
Sure, thanks. Well, I've just completed my first 90 days of being a trustee. Yeah.
You passed probation?
I'm still here. I'm loving it. And I added up. I've had 14 school sites visits since then. Some other additional learning trips that I've gotten to be a part of, including, I just wanted to highlight a few. I got to go to the Japanese American National Museum with the Orange Thorpe students on a field trip, and we got to learn from the stories of survivors of the Japanese American incarceration. I loved getting to know some of the Woodcrest students, reading to them, and learning about their focus on social justice at that school. I loved eating lunch prepared by some of our student chefs at Commonwealth earlier this month, and celebrating Lunar New Year with the Maple students that we heard about earlier today. And I've loved seeing the integration and inclusion of students both in GATE and special education at Hermosa Drive. I've enjoyed cheering on students in their performances at LV Junior High, Golden Hill, Sunset Lane. It's been a great 90 days. I'm really, really grateful. And to top it off, this last weekend, I got to spend Saturday at the Fullerton District-wide Speech and Debate Tournament, and I was super impressed. Fullerton, we heard, has the strongest speech and debate team in the entire state of California. Yeah, we can be very proud of that. Our district has the strongest team. And I know Parks Junior High is hoping to win 4th year in a row state champions this coming up next month. So we'll see about that. But they've won the last 3 years, and they're hoping for a 4th. What I especially loved about being at our tournament on Saturday was it was really clear that while we have some teams and some schools with really strong, large teams, every single school had winners, which to me says that our students from all of our schools, they won in different categories. They all have strengths, they all have talents, and they all worked really, really hard to be there and to perform and do their best. And especially I want to thank the teacher coaches that supported them in that process. I was really proud of our Raymond Elementary teacher coaches. Yes, let's give our teacher coaches a round of applause. Raymond Elementary teacher coaches Maestra de Santiago and Rodriguez were the winners for the elementary team. They're brand new teachers at our school. And so it just, to me, shows the success of our program, the support that they've received from the district to help our kids all succeed. So I want to say thank you to Emily McDougall, to her team, Cindy Hailey and Jackie Jang, and Dr. Lee, and all of the people that supported throughout the district to make that really amazing opportunity for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Sugarman?
First, thank you, Bev. That was good information. I really appreciate it. And even more important than that, another kudos to our 3 superintendent winners. That's just beyond that one school district would win 3 awards. That's immeasurable. Just wonderful and amazing, and good people associated with good people, and that's what's brought our school district way up to the top. So next year it will be Rob and Jeremy. No pressure. I wanted to mention that Read Across America is going on. Read Across America is going on right now. It's really fun to go to schools, but you don't have to do it just this week, one day that a school invites you. You can always phone up a school and read to a class, and it's so wonderful to watch the children light up as you read to them, and really fun. So I encourage you to volunteer and do that. And I do want to give a little shout out to LV. I really appreciated you starting my acting career and awarding me as the best star. That was really special, and I can hardly wait to get my STAG card. I do want to remind everybody, May 1st is Fullerton Fest. The kids are excited and preparing, and all of the adults around are doing the same. It's a great event, and for those of you into technology, STEM Nation, put it on your calendar, April 13th. Personally, I find that the highlight of the year. It's fabulous. You can fly drones, you can play esports, you can do all sorts of things, and so can your children. Now, you want to know the most important thing, because we always save that to last, and I am so glad that we have all you gentlemen here, and ladies, because you might take out your phone right now and mark on your calendar on April the 10th, Fullerton School District Education Foundation will be hosting its golf tournament. And I know that you all want to come. And there's no problem. I'll make room for you. And prizes are grandiose. The money goes to support our teacher grants and our student grants and our school grants. And so the cause is worthy. And you can just join us for dinner, a fabulous barbecue dinner over at Alta Vista Country Club. We start around 9 in the morning, and you really are all invited. So come join us, get some foursomes, be part of us. The price is perfect because you get to play at a new golf course, you get 3 meals, you get a golf cart, and I would never go out on a limb, but I'll tell you the weather's better than tonight. So we will have a grandiose time, and you even get a couple of drinks. Oh, am I supposed to mention that? Oh, maybe I didn't mention that. Oh, no, I did not say that. I did not say that. You get a couple beverages, yes, when you play, and it's all included. So in case you were late taking out your phone, it's April 10th, and you can find that at the Fullerton Education Foundation.org website. So please feel free to join us. Thank you. Oh, if you can't join, sponsor. We have sponsorships. They can go
to make it happen. I filled out the recent transportation survey that was emailed and indicated that I would like bus transportation to be expanded to all students, especially those at Nicholas, where most don't currently qualify, because of my faith in our drivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. FETA?
I don't know. I think I'm feeling a little union in the house. So thank you, all of you guys who are here. I'm sure this is high up on your one. Board members, cabinet, teachers, schools. It's really amazing to hear everything that's going on. So the PAL retreat was a great success. Oh, thank you. Good evening, President Takor, members of the board, Dr. Pletka and cabinet. The PAL retreat was a great success, especially Baba, the storyteller. Our reps talked about how it was an amazing, calming, self-reflecting experience that they enjoyed. All sites would benefit from having Baba come and visit them. Jim Rogers, the CTA Executive Director, and I have started our visits to schools, and we want to thank all the principals and the staff, the office staff, and everybody who's been welcoming while we bring lunch for them and snacks. Read Across America gift cards were given to all school sites from FETA. Every year, CTA has a WHO Awards banquet. WHO stands for We Honor Ours. It is a way to say thank you to our chapter leaders who have contributed so much to their local union. This year, Clara Colemansberger from Woodcrest was chosen to receive this award. On behalf of FETA and CTA, we would like to thank and show our support for the Community Workforce Agreement discussion that President Takor has brought up for the agenda discussion, item E. It means a lot to us to support other local union workers. And I also want to say thank you to transportation, to the teachers, to the district, to the board, to the parents, to the principals for that movie that we're going to be seeing coming out soon, Getting Our Children Back. Sounds like we can have a part 2 with going to Monterey. So there you go. Wes has some work to do. And I think that's it. We're all looking forward to a wonderful spring break. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Fesma? Do we have a report from Yes. Thank you.
President Takor, Cabinet, board members, Dr. Pletka. My name is Mike McAdam. I'm the Director of Purchasing, Contracts, Print Shop, and Warehouse for the greatest district of all, Fullerton. As the new president of FESMA, I am honored to bring in some exciting, positive, proactive changes working with FESMA board and truly supporting all managers from the district. Here are some of the goals and areas we will be focusing on. Increasing professional communication and social contact among its members and other employees in the school district, collaborating with other professional organizations and associations involved in education, supporting education and legislation with the goals and objectives of the association, and working with community groups towards the goal of excellence in the education and business processes of the district. FESMA recently participated in the first PAL retreat after a gap of 3 years. FESMA retreat was held last week, aimed to enhance the collaboration between FESMA and its classified and certificated partners. We spent the day learning new ways to improve the partnerships and be better pals among us for the greater good of our students and team here. We are looking forward to our first Principals Rejuvenation and Creative Night on March 29th. The event will cover relaxation techniques to continually help me get over the mountain experience I had, so that's going to be great. Reducing stress, which is great, which will be supported and sponsored by FESMA. And additionally, FESMA is thrilled to announce that 3 of the administrators, Dr. Bob Pleka, Dr. Julian Lee, Dr. Chad Hammett, have been selected for the prestigious Association of California School Administrators of the Year for Orange County. Huge, huge. And we get a round of applause for them again one more time. This recognition is a testament to their outstanding leadership, dedication, and education. FESMA extends its warmest congratulations to continue on this well-deserved honor. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comments that are general public comments not related to any particular agenda item? Anna, have we received any additional?
We do not have public comments on non-agendized items tonight.
All right, very good. We have a couple of items that we're going to cover before we get to some discussion action items, but just for the sake of the meeting, I'm going to read a brief statement regarding public comments. The board meeting follows rules of decorum. Per Board Bylaw 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item, to be timed by Dr. Hammett, I believe. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Public comments about an item that is on the agenda will be heard at the time the agenda item is considered by the board. Public comments about an item that is not on the posted agenda will be heard at the beginning of open session when called upon by the board president. No action or discussion may take place on an item that is not on the posted agenda except as expressly authorized by law. Since the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda, such items will be referred to the superintendent for handling. Board members may request that any item be placed on a future agenda for further discussion. The board president and superintendent will determine the best time to place an item on the agenda. Persons wishing to address the board are invited to complete and submit a request to speak slip to the executive assistant, that's Anna. These slips are available at the entrance of the room. Moving on, approval of the minutes from February 21st, 2023. Do we have a motion to approve our February 21st, 2023 minutes?
I move to approve the minutes from the February 21st meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0. The motion carries. Section 7, agenda approval. Based on the public comments that we've received, I'm respectfully requesting that we move item E to the front, after which perhaps we can take a short break if so desired by the board.
I wonder, President Tucker, if we could also move the discussion of transportation to the top of that discussion and agenda.
Yes. Can we do E and then B?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you. I recognize that our local community is also here to discuss the transportation issue. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, if there are no other amendments? Any other changes to the proposed agenda as amended? Any other change? Okay, so do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 5-0, aye. The motion carries. All right, great. We are moving on to item E. And in no,
Mr. DeCour,
We got a.
I do have a comment to make on that.
yes.
It seems to me, and I might be the only one who thinks this way, but did I butt in?
No, Trustee Sugarman, you're absolutely right, but I did forget
Okay.
to do Section 8, which is the consent agenda. And if there were any
Okay.
items on consent that you wanted to bring up?
Of course. Item A,
Okay.
the gifts. To please thank everyone in our greater community for being so generous with our schools. My computer died, so I'm unable to specifically mention them, but
Oh, look at that, yeah. New playground for Beechwood, $72,000. Uh-huh. Another Beechwood.
Our PTAs, once again, are making major contributions to our schools. We thank-
Microphone, Hilda.
Oh, our PTAs are making major contribution. Oh, thank you, I'm dead, huh? Computer. We thank them all. It's with their support that we can move our school district ahead in so many areas. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Trustee Sugarman. Did anybody have any other items that they wanted to pull or discuss?
I just wanted to make a comment on some of them. I think that I wanted to thank our staff for taking the time with our Encore program and going back into each one of the areas that we provide to our students during the summer and being able to offer an array of activities for them, something to meet everybody, right? So thank you for doing that. There's a lot of increasing dollar amounts and really looking to what serves our students. And so I'm very pleased with that. So thank you for that. March 15th comes around and it never gets any easier when you see the classified or the certificated personnel report and understanding that, in the education system, it doesn't always make people feel happy when, their jobs are on the line and you have to go through the process of providing people with, a pink slip, so to speak, and then coming back and rehiring them. So I just wish that the education system didn't have to do that, and doesn't make me happy when we have to approve that. Understanding that, we do have to look and be very cautious of what positions we have and what positions that we can bring back and what our budget looks like. So that doesn't make it any easier for that. So I just wanted to comment on that. Wanted to thank all of our staff members who are giving of their own time to go away for conferences to learn. I think that's very important. So thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee Berryman. Any other comments or items to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
Moved. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0, the motion carries.
Now I'm okay? Can I borrow your, that mic works, just as you were turned around. No,
Bill just has to turn it up a bit. There we go.
thank you, Bill. I'm looking at item E. Okay. As a teacher, of course, I belong to a union, not only in California and New York, and in Maryland. So, that's, whoa. So I have nothing opposed to project labor agreements. My issue tonight is to discuss this and the potential of using it for money that we receive from passing a bond. I believe is putting the horse before the cart. I think we pass a bond and then we make negotiations or ask our superintendent to negotiate for this type of issue. And so I love having the audience here, but I think that we're premature on this issue.
Thank you, Trustee Sugarman. If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
We will begin with public comments on this agendized item, and it is next on the agenda. I just wanted to be very clear with my colleagues. The item has two components. First, it is for the structures being proposed at Nicholas and Parks only. There was some concern that this might affect day-to-day operations with everything else that's going on in the district. That is not the case. And this is completely separate from the bond discussion that's happening later this evening. And so tonight's discussion on a community workforce agreement is on the two structures being built at Nicholas Junior High, which I attended, and it would be my great honor to help bridge groups within our community to have that structure built, and of course Parks Junior High. So to be
But
clear,
That's my point, that we don't have funds right now to build either of those and to decide on two specific things that we will take specific acts. When we don't have the funds, we haven't approved the construction of those buildings yet, and then to go forward on how we're going to hire a workforce, which I'm absolutely not opposed to, but it seems we've got the horse before the cart.
Dr. Pleca, to that point, would you like to address the funding?
Yeah, at this point, the board has given us direction to move forward with architectural drawings. And at this point, again, it depends on all kinds of things, may revise, sure, the arts funding, that block grant. But right now, we do have funding set aside to be able to move forward. We will be monitoring literally each month now as the governor comes out with his releases again with the May revise. But at this moment, we are proceeding forward with the direction that the board had already given to move forward with the building of the two. So we haven't, in a sense, executed it, and at this point, the board can always decide not to. But at this moment, we had a direction from the board to move forward with this project. Again, we're still several months out from actually having the board vote on the beginning of that project, but right now there's money to move forward. Again, depending on, there's all kinds of things going on. I mean, we have our bank crisis and all those sort of things, but as of now, we've identified funds.
Thank you, Dr. Pleca. I'd like to begin in no particular order with the public comments that we've received. David Medina. And please note, Dr. Hammett there nearest the podium will be keeping track of time, and please come to the podium to address the board.
May I ask how many comments we have?
Yes. We have 6, which would mean a total of 18 minutes, approximately.
Hi, my name is David Medina. I'm a carpenter out of Local 714. I've been staying in the Orange County area for the last 4 years now. My daughter attends in the Fullerton district, so I understand, how important it is to work close to home. The last job I was at was in Inglewood, so it's about like 45-minute drive there, but it's like an hour and a half back. So I didn't calculate before how much time I spend away from the family. And so now, as I get older, it starts to take its toll. My daughter's in high school now, and so it definitely helps to be a part of like the after-school activities, and obviously working away from home so far, it does take its toll because I miss a lot of, like after-school activities, practices, whatever she has. So I'm, getting work closer to home, it'll definitely help me to make these practices, little engagements with the kids. I have 2 more that are growing up in the district, so we're always welcoming, work closer to home because it allows, people like us to not only work close, but we live here, we spend the money here. What more would we like to, put back into our communities? I'd rather spend my money where I live rather than, obviously, downtown LA. They have enough money, let's pour it back into the communities, where we stay at. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ralph Montijo, please come to the podium.
By the way, we love Fullerton parents, so thank you.
First, I just want to say thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to present my feelings in front of all you guys. You guys are very important to me. I thank you guys also for elaborating on a story that happened at Rolling Hills. My daughter is in K1 at that school, and when me and my wife first moved to this city, we realized that there's an aura around this place of just excellence, and which makes me in a tougher spot than I thought I'd originally be in, because right now I make a 40-mile drive on my way to work just so I can provide my family with that home to stay in the city that they love. My daughter, she loves learning about her city. She's only 6 years old, and I love teaching her about the greatness that is around here, but it puts me in a harder spot to have the thought in the back of my mind that I might have to move out of this city, because the things that make this city thrive are maturing the children that love this place. Excellence grows when you have a passion inside of your heart, and if I can't have my children grow up in this place, I just believe that that's just one notch that this city can lose. You know, we can always afford to go up a notch, and to have union carpenters in this place, you only allow yourself a higher threshold to fulfill what is needed in this city as far as penmanship behind their work. We need greatness in every single area, not only in our educational system, but with a love behind the passion that we do. I never in my life thought I would be a carpenter, yet alone a union carpenter, but I've grown to love what I do. I put excellence behind every single thing that I build. I teach my daughter. My son is 2 years old, and he loves swinging my hammers and pulling triggers on my tools. And if we could just continue to grow the children in this neighborhood, to let them know that there is more to life than having to just live where it's easier, I believe that we could bring easier to our children if we give them an opportunity to thrive here with their families, being able to provide that place. I believe that Fullerton could also grow to a much higher place. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Rich Gomez, please come to the podium.
All right. Good evening, President Takor and trustees and Dr. Penka. Thank you. My name is Rich Gomez. I'm with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I am a representative here in Buena Park out of Local 714. We have 65,000 members council-wide. We have just over 250 members that live in the city of Fullerton along with their family members. And it's important to us, and Trustee Sugarman, we are just glad that you're entertaining a CWA, because it's important for us and our carpenters to work close to home, to keep the money in the community. But not just that, we are providing an avenue for a professional career, not just to the residents of Fullerton, but also your high school students who plan not to go to a JC or a university. This is going to provide a pathway. It's going to provide them to enter into a state-certified apprenticeship program, to where it's a 4-year program for the Carpenters Union. And they're going to graduate with 33 college units that they can apply to an AA in construction management. When do we use this? Probably when you get to be about 35, 40 years old, because your body slows down, but your mind stays sharp. So we're providing our carpenters and residents, not just in Fullerton, but in the surrounding communities, so they don't have to drive 4 hours to and from work. They have the opportunity to work in their backyard, per se, and stay and spend quality time with their family, so they can attend sporting events. As you can see, these are Fullerton carpenters here tonight. This is important to them. And we are just glad that you are entertaining and want to sit down with the trades, with Ernesto Medrano and the trades and the carpenters. So thank you once again. And we look forward to working with you and the board. And my teacher at one time told me, and just remember this, because we have around 15 instructors that carry certified with teaching credentials. And I remember one of my teachers telling me, you know, a teacher is like a candle. It consumes itself to light the way for others. And that's what we do also, just like with your teachers in Fullerton. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Again, in no particular order, Doug Mangione.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members. My name is Doug Mangione. I'm here representing the 2,300 skilled and trained men and women of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I am speaking tonight to urge you to vote for the negotiations with the LA and Orange County building trades. IBEW is currently training 400 men and women at our apprenticeship at no cost to them. Our contractors and our members contribute to these funds with every hour worked, you know, and they go to school at night and they earn while they learn. We fund their education, and I think construction apprenticeships are unique in this. We are funding our industry's future. Not a lot of folks do that. These agreements have been successful at various school districts, cities, and private developers who took the steps we're asking you to take tonight. We appreciate your consideration to commit to local hire preference and to veterans' preferences. I myself was a veteran preference hire in 1976. I was back from Vietnam, went to community college for a few years, and then was recruited to the IBEW at a college job fair. They scooped me up and they trained me, and when we get trained in our specific craft, we make a career out of this. We stick with it, okay? So please support the young men and women that want to build your schools for their community. We urge you to vote to negotiate with the LA Orange Building Trades tonight, and thank you for the opportunity for speaking.
Thank you very much. Ernesto Medrano, please come to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, cabinet, brothers and sisters, and community. My name is Ernesto Medrano. I'm the representative in Orange County for the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent 140,000 hardworking men and women in both counties. We have over 21,000 apprentices in both counties, and for the record, that is more apprentices than any other state in the nation. We are serious about training young men and women. Our apprenticeship programs average about 4 years. We believe that they're the other 4-year degree because not everyone's going to go to college. We need folks to enter into the crafts, into the trades. Our agreements, and we're hopeful that we urge this body to approve entering into negotiations with our Building Trades Council. But our agreements provide for local veteran preferential dispatch, meaning that we would be able to take out of our hiring halls and first pick residents of Fullerton, Orange County, and veterans. That is what we would be committed to do in our agreement in terms of our negotiations. And nobody else can be able to provide that. We obviously have the most skilled and trained workers, bar any in the world for that matter, we believe, because our apprenticeship programs have the highest standards. They're state certified, Department of Labor certified, and they're joint labor management governed. We pay for our own training. We don't receive any monies from the government. We believe in investing in our own future. We also, in terms of cost, you're already paying the state prevailing wage for any public works. Our agreements, that's what our agreements determine, prevailing wage. That is what they call for. We don't, if you look at our wage section in our agreement, there are no numbers because we just basically adhere to whatever the state prevailing wage is. And so, but you get your bang for your buck. We're gonna do it right the first time. We're prepared to start to work very close with this district. We look forward to collaborative, cooperative negotiations. We see this as a partnership opportunity for the future. We also want to be able to establish diversity in our trades. We have apprenticeship readiness programs. We have partnership with the Women in Non-Traditional Employment Roles, Winter. We have an apprenticeship readiness curriculum program with them. We also work with justice impacted folks that are serious about coming in, learning, and entering into the pathway. And after they come in, they are able to earn 6 figures with benefits and a retirement plan. So with that said, I'm hoping that this body looks forward to empowering the staff to sit down and collaboratively negotiate with the Building Trades Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan Gopinski, please come to the podium.
Hello, I'm Susan Gopinski. Good evening, President Thakur. I forgot your name, Pletka, Superintendent Pletka. We go way back. I know most of you up
Susie,
there.
we know each other. You helped me with the flagpoles. You put the
I
the
did,
flags
see?
up.
Did
Yes.
you use union labor for that?
Yeah.
But everything's been said, and I hate following Mr. Medrano because he's so passionate. So I'm going to dial it down and just talk about my personal experience. Being part of a union made it possible for my father, a hillbilly from West Virginia, to raise a family of 6 on one income in Sunny Hills. I went to Sunset Lane and Parks Junior High School. And then, fast forward, it made it possible for my husband, a former Marine, to raise a family of 7 on one income over by Acacia Elementary School, where all of my children went. And 2 of those children are union ironworkers. And it's like one of the easiest way to go, you get 33 college units, I believe somebody said, and with no debt, you have the beginning of a college degree. But here's the good part, you're making over $100,000 a year doing some really fine work. But it's worth it because they're trained, and I know they're trained by the best because my father used to be an apprenticeship instructor. And if you haven't had an opportunity to visit our apprenticeship school, I highly recommend it. And if anybody hasn't been there, I will take you on a tour. Maybe show you how to weld. Because another thing the one thing that hasn't been stressed is what you get when you hire a union is safety. I have been the lone union member on a prevailing wage job. 8 times out of 10, it's a death trap. I had to call OSHA one time. They were there by lunchtime when I sent them pictures. There's language barriers sometimes, and if you don't understand push and pull, you could get hurt, okay? And if you don't know what size of wheel to put on a tool, you could get hurt. I almost got hurt. That never happens on union jobs because we take safety seriously. We're all OSHA trained. We all have to take first aid classes, lead classes. I was on a job recently, and when I go on union jobs, we take all these precautions with silica dust, and we have these meetings, we sign these papers. You vacuum that stuff up. No. Non-union company, they're blowing it. It was at UC Riverside. There's students hiking around this building. The silica dust, you're supposed to vacuum that up for reasons. They're just using a blower. And I'm like, so with union companies, we follow all the recommendations. And the members are protected. So if you don't get paid, you have someone taking care of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. For the board, before we open it up to discussion, I want to reiterate that this, for the Fullerton School District Community Workforce Agreement would be something new. And just because we haven't done something before, I think is maybe the worst reason to not try it. And in order to see if Fullerton School District and a community workforce agreement would be good for our community, because I'm here to do what's best for the district and what's best for our students. I'm asking the board to consider entering into negotiations, Dr. Pletka and his staff, with the LA and OC Building Trades for the limited projects of the construction of the structures at Nicholas and Parks only. Many of our neighboring communities have community workforce agreements. This, to me, is not a partisan issue, but like so many things, it can be and is easily politicized. Growing up in India, my mom was discouraged from pursuing her education. And we moved to Fullerton, and at the time, the Hunt's canning factory was a union project, and my mom was a Teamster. And during that time, She still took care of my dad and our whole family, but she worked the graveyard shift. My personal experience is that the dignity that she gained from having that job and having her own money, it really strengthened my entire family. So it was very important that we had this, and it's from that experience that I believe that it's in the district's interest when we're spending public dollars to get the highest and best use for those dollars. As you've heard tonight, we're not just supporting parents in our district, but those dollars that are being spent will be spent in our district, and local money can have a multiplier effect on our economy, and I know that it will strengthen our families and thereby strengthen our students. I'd like to open this up for discussion, and we can direct questions to Dr. Coughlin. I don't believe Dr. Coughlin has worked on a community workforce agreement in the past, but he may have some insights from his colleagues. We also have some experts in the room here. If anybody has a very particular question, perhaps we can ask them to answer. But once again, this is a vote to empower Dr. Pletka to engage in negotiations with the LA and OC Building Trades for a community workforce agreement that reflects the interests of our community. There is no template for these agreements. It is up to Dr. Pletka and the LA and OC Building Trades to craft an agreement entirely open-ended for our community, and it doesn't have to look like any other neighboring community. I'd like to open it up to any discussion from my colleagues.
I have a lot to say right now, but I'm not sure how to say it. I think I want to clarify what we're doing tonight because I'm confused. And as I'm reading my agenda, we're discussing about project labor agreements, and then we're discussing the possibility of entering a PLA or a CWA for district facility projects. Is that a vote? Are we voting on this tonight? Are we talking about, can you clarify for me? Thank you.
Yes. First of all, some of the language that I've used did not make it into the agenda, so that's why we received an updated language for this item. It is called the Community Workforce Agreement.
Will you tell me the difference?
Simply that one no longer exists. They are similar. Mr. Medrano or Mr. Mangione, would you prefer to respond as to what changed between project labor agreements and community workforce agreements?
They're basically the same thing. Most project labor agreements don't really have the I'm loud anyway, so I can't tell. It's my New York in me. Most of the PLAs don't necessarily have local hire veteran preference agreements. They're just pre-hire agreements, that they do for like federal projects, big projects. So more and more, it came to us that we're crafting these things to include the community and to include veterans, to try and give them preference. Some we can bring women in. So I think that the difference is only in the local hire veteran preference and all that. But, most of the language is the same. It's a pre-hire agreement. So when people say you have local hire and maybe they come to you and say, we can do this anyway. In public works, you cannot tell a contractor you want so many people hired locally. They don't have to comply with that. With this agreement, we're bound. The contractors that come in are going to be bound to try and reach the goals of local hire and community workforce. Okay, so I think the difference is only in that they're both pre-hire agreements, but we bring with the community workforce agreement, we're bringing the local veteran hire component to those agreements. But they're basically templated the same, pre-hire agreements. But we can guarantee through this agreement, our hiring halls we don't have to go in our order. So in our hiring halls, they're controlled by the Department of Labor. we have to follow who's on the book. They get first preferences. With a community workforce agreement with the LA Orange County Building Trades, we can actually pass someone up that lives in Cerritos. We can pass them up for a person that lives in Fullerton to come on this job. The Department of Labor recognizes that ability, so we can't get sued, you can't get sued. So it brings that local component to it. That's why we elect now to have community workforce agreements. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then Trustee Berryman, the agreement is not written yet. And what I'm asking for is a vote tonight to give direction to Dr. Pletka to engage with the LANOC Building Trades to draft the community workforce agreement. And one of the things that can be negotiated is the dollar value of jobs. It's also important, I want to add right now, I'll ask Dr. Pletka to add to this. I understand the district is building relationships with local businesses as well. And we are wanting to include local businesses as well. This is not to the exclusion of local businesses. There would be a threshold that's negotiated, again, Dr. Pletka and his team, for the size of the job that we're considering. And again, off of memory, we're talking about plumbers, electrical workers, roofers, sheet metal workers. So in the structures that we're contemplating, thank you very much, we are looking at 4 walls, windows, electrical, plumbing, roofing. These jobs will be negotiated at what level our community workforce would be able to apply for these jobs versus our local businesses, whom we also wish to engage in this process.
I mean, I can keep asking my questions, but I don't want to. I think where I'm coming from is I'm looking at this as an item that came to us that I'm not versed on this. I don't know what a hiring hall is, right? I don't know what a project labor or community workforce agreement puts our district in. If we agree to this, what does that mean to us as a district? I don't understand that. So for me to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down, I don't feel prepared to be able to do that. I did not know we were going to have a room full of people tonight talking about this. It wasn't a vote. I thought we were going to have a conversation. I thought I was going to have a little bit more information on what, 101, what is this? How does it work? What does negotiating into a contract mean? Is that the same type of a negotiation when we're dealing with our associations, our existing associations? Is it the same kind of labor agreement? Are we bound to those negotiations? And who does that negotiating? Do we have a negotiating team? I look at this as because I don't know enough about this, and maybe my bad. I probably should have prepared myself a little bit more to say, because when I look at sending our district in to go start negotiating, to me that sounds like we're negotiating, and that we're going to bring this. We've sent our group in to talk, and you guys have put a lot of time and effort into figuring out where you're going to get your hiring halls and what people you're going to hire and not hire and what the prevailing wage is and where we're going to go, and you're going to come up with this big document that you've put a lot of time and effort into. And at that point, for me as a board member, I'm going to tell you personally, I'm going to feel like, okay, then I guess I could vote yes or no at that point. But now we've put a lot of time and effort into something where if 3 of us don't say yeah, then, here we are. We've spent a lot of time and effort on something that I don't understand enough to be able to give it that time. I don't feel it's fair to me. I mean, I can send you off, but I don't think it's fair at this point to bring this in. I guess that's where I'm coming from. I have a lot of questions about the specifics about this that I don't know if I can get answered tonight, and I don't know, because you don't know what you don't know, right? So it's like, as I'm sitting here, I'm writing more questions down because I just don't understand it. I understand the concept of it. I understand why we're going to entertain this, but I don't think I understood the magnitude of what this is going to mean for us. Because once we send them off, for me, it looks like, okay, this is something that we feel strongly about. And I guess that's just my comments, and I don't know what to, whether we do a study session, or if you give us more information, if we bring it back, or if we just send them off to do the homework. So that's my comments.
I appreciate that, Trustee Berman. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I can. So, Bev, I study human trafficking, and so labor exploitation and abuse is an issue that I'm very passionate about. And so when I heard that we were, this was on an agenda, even a couple weeks ago, we've talked about the possibility. So I wanted to learn more too, because I know what fair trade looks like. I know what, ethical labor looks like, and unions, how they protect workers. But I took the time to go visit the trade union schools to find out more, because I did want to learn more. Independent of, that was not something we've discussed or any, but I decided that was something I wanted to do to learn more about what this would look like. So I did, it was really helpful for me to be able to ask the questions from the people that are involved, and to learn more about the way the schools work and what that would mean for a community agreement. The thing that was really helpful for me is when they explained about this process of hiring local, and the idea that only by entering into that community force agreement can we then say we want to preference Fullerton folks, we want to preference even people who have kids in the district or grew up in our district. I met a man who grew up in our district, and now lives in a different city, but he has Fullerton roots. They preference single moms, veterans, things like that. But what really was powerful for me was understanding that we have to pay the public works project rate no matter what. And so the question, if we're legally bound to pay that rate, it makes a lot more sense then to pay it to people that are trained and are paid, that then benefit with those funds too. So it's not going into the pocket of developers, it's going into the workers, and that they reinvest it in their, but I was impressed with the way that they are working to create opportunities to train their staff, to put those money into the benefits. So to me, it was really helpful and insightful to be there. So I would say maybe tonight we don't make decisions. We just put this on the table for continuing to pursue it, if that's what we need to do, to give more time for everybody to research this issue. Because I was new and I thought I need to know more about before entering into something like this, Yeah.
Of course. I also deal with people that have been trafficked. I deal with people from other countries who are vulnerable.
Yeah.
So I understand all that. I understand that not every youth goes to a four-year college. So I do believe in apprenticeships. I encourage that. So it's not that I don't.
Yeah.
That I don't support that. I don't think I understood that there's this apprenticeship that goes along with this, because there's no outline on this is what this is, and so I'm very sorry to the rest of my board for feeling like I'm wasting your time, and I didn't get a chance to go and visit because I didn't know there is a place. Again, it's brand new to me, so I thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
This is more complicated than a teachers union. And like you, Bev, I don't have all that information. I have sat in when Scott and Mike explain to, actually I have all the cards, looking for people for the golf tournament. When people come to apply for jobs at Fullerton School District, and I was under the impression that when Mike and Scott create, what do you call it, a contract, that they also can say that they want local workers and stuff like that. Am I wrong, Scott? I don't know. I obviously don't know very much about this. I only know a little bit. I don't understand it. Are they back there? Are they still back there? I don't know. Maybe it's wrong. I shouldn't ask him like that. That can be specified. Yeah. So, I don't know. I would hope that the unions would apply for the job one way or the other, but I don't understand this. I mean, it sounds like you'd get the job because you can coordinate the different people who are needed, the different areas, different specialties that are needed. But
any contractor can bid the job. It's not open just to union contractors. Any contractor could bid the job, but then they're going to be signed. What they call assent to the contract, and then they can bring their own workforce in, then hire one of our workforce, bring their workforce, hire one of our workforce, and the whole idea of this is to really continue this future with apprenticeships. Plus, it assures that the prevailing rate is getting paid. Because I used to do compliance at school districts. Just because the state says you're supposed to pay that does not mean that the contractors on your jobs are paying that. It is a fight to get people to do it. With this agreement, you don't even worry about that because our men are on the job. They're going to get paid the correct prevailing wage. So there's a lot of different issues, but it's basically you're going to enter, a contract. It's not going to encumber any pensions. It's not a public sector contract. This is just for the construction of the building, and it's going to be fenced in, and it's only for that. We're not encumbering the school board with any extra fees, pension fees, unfunded liabilities. That doesn't even enter into this. It is a construction contract that the school district is going to make with the LA Orange County Building Trades, and the contractors that bid that work will abide by that contract, which will include local hire, veteran preference, and believe me, you will be assured that the correct wage is being paid to the workers, because I did compliance for a few years, and boy, oh boy. And the benefits, yes. These guys have health care. They don't stiff hospitals. They can retire with a pension, which a lot of people are telling me I should do. But I love coming to these meetings, so that's why I'm still here. But anyway, that's what it is. It's fairly simplistic, but it is a contract. But it's not a public sector contract. We're not encumbering the district.
Thank you very much. Dr. Pletka, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, just some thoughts as we kind of move forward. So one's on process, and then one is substantive to this issue. So from a process perspective, one of the things that I feel like we've done a really good job is the board has tried to find consensus and find common ground. And so I think, first to say, I think we can find common ground. I think this board has committed to that, worked hard for that. And so from a process perspective, I think it's more important, and you'll have to decide, this is just my opinion, that you're comfortable with the process. And I think you can get to the substantive issues. So from a process perspective, a suggestion would be that you look at potentially one more meeting, and at the meeting, we get a little bit of direction to reach out to Ernesto, I think it's Ernesto, reach out to our own attorney, build what would be the potential tenets, not an agreement, the tenets, what would go in there, and then at that point, again, having an attorney there to be able to look and say, okay, these are things that you would consider. Now, if there is common ground at that point, then to move forward to say, okay, now enter negotiations. A piece, though, like a preliminary piece, would be to reach out to the association, to the union trades, and try to find out kind of what they have in mind. And then begin this discussion with, I think, a little bit more tangible information that I think maybe the board collectively would feel more comfortable with. So that's process. Now the substantive pieces. So I think this is the sort of issue that can literally just easily be like polarized into this or that. And I think one of the things that I think we've done a good job collectively here on the dais, but also our district, is trying to find common interests and common ground. And so let me tell you or share with you some of the interests that we have as a district that isn't necessarily incompatible. Okay, so first, we want value. We're not LA Unified. 500,000, while sometimes we joke and say, hey, it's, in a $120 million, $130 million budget, percentage-wise, it's small. But if we reduce 500,000 to a teacher, that's 5 teachers. 5 teachers working with kids, teaching them to read. This is an LA Unified where 500,000 is literally a drop in the bucket. So for us, there is value in making sure we get the best deal for our kids to have an impact. We also are stewards of taxpayer dollars, and our community they value that. So there's an interest. Again, not necessarily incompatible, but something that the district would want as we move forward. A second interest that we have is in highly skilled trades worker to do the projects. One of the elements or one of the challenges we have is sometimes our local folks can't always scale up to super large projects. So we have, and I'm going to give Mike McAdams a shout out, we've really worked really hard with our local businesses. So right now, Mike has 60 businesses that are local. And those businesses, like I was so happy to hear, by the way, a parent from our district we love, our Fullerton Elementary parents, so appreciate hearing that. Yeah, and high school? All right. So the piece is we want to foster relationships with those local businesses, and we don't want to shut that out. And I don't think, again, that's an issue that is necessarily contradictory to this process, but it is an interest. So local businesses, and why does local businesses matter to a district? It matters because there's accountability. Local workers, a local workforce, is in the interest of a school district. Why is that? Well, when you're on the soccer field and you're next to Mrs. Smith, and she goes to the same school, and you're a parent and they're a parent, they want to know that our employee, that the workforce, our local businesses, it matters. And what we found is generally that's true. When we have local businesses, when we have local workforce, and they're at the churches, and they're at our synagogues, and they're at our practice fields, and they're at our special events, when you have to be next to somebody, they want to know that what work was done at a high level. And what we find is that's generally true. So local workers, local businesses, we've generally found have a higher level of responsibility to our community. Again, you know where to find them. So again, this is not an interest that's incompatible, but this is an interest. Local, I believe, matters. And why does it matter? Because we've seen it make a difference. Skilled trades matters. So one of the things is scaling up. And we do know that trades unions have the workforce to be able to scale to large projects. So there's an interest when we scale up on a $13 million project or $26 million project that we have adequate workforce to do that. So that's a common interest as we move forward. We also, one of the pieces, like a limiting factor and something that would be, I would, if we were enter negotiations at some point, is I think as we look at businesses, one of our largest local businesses, and Mike, this is just in the last few years, and maybe there's some history or record that occurred prior to this. But I think our largest local business was $1.5 million. So potentially, we can actually help our local businesses be able to scale up so that they have access to a skilled workforce where we might actually be able to bring in more local businesses to support our local businesses so that they have the sort of workforce to be able to scale up to large projects. I think potentially there could be a win-win. It has to be negotiated, all of those things. But I think there's enough areas to try to find common ground. I'm not saying that there will be, but I do believe that at least a discussion could be had. And I do believe, though, that you all need the information because ultimately you're going to go out into the community. And so you need to feel really strongly that what you have is something you feel good about. So I guess my suggestion would be to give us some authorization, because this is going to take, by the way, this is going to take time. The staff will be spending dozens, if not hundreds of hours on this, to find a framework to try to find common interests, to even begin to look at the possibility of whether we would enter. Then to come back with some tenants, with an attorney that everybody can ask all their questions, because I'm definitely not the expert. And at that point, then consider to give direction to say yes to move forward or not. So that's my opinion. Yes, a workshop.
Thank you, Dr. Pletka. I'm looking for a motion that encapsulates what Dr. Pletka just said. What I'd like is for the district, through your office, Dr. Pletka, to reach out to Mr. Medrano. So I didn't want us speaking in abstracts or looking at other districts, but a preliminary discussion of what a community workforce agreement might look like, some of the major points that we can then have presented back in the form of a presentation, perhaps at the next meeting. So this is not a negotiation at this point, but it is simply our district asking the LAOC building trades for what a community workforce agreement would look like, and going off of that document, a study session to answer any further questions, and then bringing this back at the next meeting. Is there a motion that encapsulates something like that?
Can we also include the work that Scott and his team have done in there as well too? Because I don't want to shy away from all the hard work that they've put into that. So maybe including that component in there, just to kind of understand what the district has already built and what we're looking to develop with the community workforce agreement.
Okay.
Just so we have a better understanding of what's currently happening with Scott's department, and then what this agreement would look like. Just so that's included in there as well too.
What would that motion look like?
So it sounds like it'd be a board presentation on both what a community workforce agreement would look like for our district, as well as kind of a landscape of what we're doing with local business partnerships, and maybe compare and contrast the two options, whether adopting a workforce agreement versus continuing on the path that we have for local business engagement.
Does that include an initial conversation with the LAOC building
I think
trades?
absolutely, because we have to know what the workforce agreement would contain, right? Like, what would be the obligations from us? What would be kind of
I
expectations?
mean, do we need to motion for Bob to have that discussion?
I do.
Direction.
I want direction for
Direction.
Dr. Pletka
Yeah.
to engage with LAOC building trades, and then what we can do at a study session is also have our maintenance and operations discuss how that works with what we're already doing.
I have a clarifying question on something that Dr. Pletka said. You made a mention of how long it would take to pull this together. Was that hundreds of hours, just this piece, or all together?
All together.
Thank you.
And not just me. That's that's collectively, yes.
I understand. I do believe that my questions are also more basic on what is, how does this work, right? And so I would like to, how does the apprenticeship fall into that because I wouldn't have even thought about that piece. I would have just thought about the work itself. But then how does that apprenticeship work? I mean, so when you're talking about
I think there are many folks here that would be happy
Right.
to
I
tell
understand.
you about
I understand
those.
that. I understand that. I understand. But I'm saying that in the body of whatever is going to be presented, to outline what that means and what that means to us. Does that mean our kids are going to get part of that, or does that mean that, you know, where does that fall in with what we're doing, other than the fact that we have this that is available for people to be able to go through and to be very skilled workers and to get that mentorship, which is very, very important.
I'm
So-
open to a couple different motions to be piecemeal.
Technically, can we vote? It's not a voted, it's a discussion item. So I think, aren't we just giving you direction, not a vote or a thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yeah,
don't
I
see-
think right now all I'm looking for is direction
Yes.
because, like I said, it may not spend hundreds of hours, but we'll spend 40 on this initial phase. So.
I share your questions, but I don't know if our workers understand. We're starting a project in Fullerton School District called Tiny House, where we have one of our, is there someone in your union who's part of it? We have a school, Nicholas Junior High, and we're raising money. That foundation I talk about, we're giving quite a bit of money, $20,000 or $30,000 to that project, and teaching children to have skills in these crafts. And so sitting in the audience and not having the whole continuum, you may not be aware that we believe that not every kid has to have 4 years of college. We believe that children need to have pathways to jobs. And your area is exactly one that we hope to be starting in the fall. And we already are laying the concrete and the fencing and moving forward. This is a project we are going to be doing with our young people. So as we have questions for everybody, we want to give you some of our information also so that you hear sort of what we're saying, not what you think we're saying. You know what I mean? And I would absolutely want, enjoy, benefit from a workshop that you would put on for us to explain pros and cons and everything and all the visions, and let us know, because then I can go out with confidence and support what the board wants to do as confidently as I feel about Tiny House.
Dr. Pletka, do you feel that you have enough direction at this point to begin the conversation with the LANOC Building Trades?
Yes, one piece just to get, we are talking about a board workshop, right? I think that might be the little better format because it's going to
Yeah.
take time, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, workshop.
A workshop to maybe address what the outcome of the initial conversation is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And anything else that we want to add to this discussion? Okay.
It's exciting.
All right. Thank you to everybody. We're going to recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll be right back on the transportation item. Thank you, everybody. Is it item B? Yes. We have a public comment. Caleb Parker, Noemi Tovar, and anybody else who'd like to speak on this item, would you please approach the podium?
Where are we? Transportation?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caleb Parker. I, along with Gabby and Nomi, we work with OC United, and I run our United Kids and Teens programming. And so we just wanted to come to speak on the potential transportation funding. Was hearing about it and the focus of trying to use that funding to try to address gang exposure for kids and teens. And so we just wanted to be sure to come and share because it's something that we hear so often about from our kids and teens. We try to create an environment of safety in our elementary and teen programs, and at least probably a third, if not more, of our elementary kids in our program, and probably more than a third of our teenagers have at some point come to us and shared that in their walk from program or from school to the program or from school to home, they've had some sort of interaction with a gang member that has left them afraid and a deep fear to where a fifth grader feels like he needs to protect his sister on their walk home for a block and a half, but is 4 feet tall and feels like he has to carry a weapon to make that safe. Or our teenagers not feeling safe to walk on their own for a 5-minute walk, or having to navigate the dynamics of what it looks like to respond to a gang member when they ask them where they're from, or when they ask them if they want to see a weapon. And not just one student. That same scenario has played out with 10, 15 of our students. And so I know a month and a half ago you all approved for us to have transportation to our teen program from Nicholas and Parks, and already that has made our junior hires feel safer, significantly safer, to know that they don't have to walk 1.5 miles through multiple different scenarios to get to a program to feel safe. And so, as we were hearing about it, we wanted to be sure to share that offering that for more students, both after school immediately, but also after school programs, would be really critical for that until that 5:30 time, even when kids are walking that last little stretch home. And so we have some of our teenagers here who are here to use their bodies as a way of their voice. One of our other staff will share a little bit of what we talked about earlier and their experiences and their stories of it. But was talking to them earlier of being here for 2 hours is worth it if it means that they don't feel that they don't feel like they have to be afraid anymore, or that they have a less chance of a gang member coming up on them on their walk to the program or to home. So thank you.
Can we give a little shout out here to Caleb and Gabby? We've worked a lot with Caleb and appreciate all his work. OC United is a great partner, and then Gabby, amazing. I think on May 5th we're doing something with you. We're going to have a great time at Gilbert Park. More information to come. I'm very excited. All right.
Gabby, you have a team yet?
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Noemi Tovar, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share. So these are the voices of the 3 teens that are here present. They're not quite ready to share with their voice, but that's okay. That's why I'm here. So I'm going to start with emotions. Feeling weirded out, scared, unsafe, running away, and terrified. These are emotions that they feel as they're walking not just to our program, but to home as well, throughout the year. So when we ask them what has happened on your walk home, it's been, I've been trying to be recruited over. I've been followed home. I've been rolled up on, and they've experienced hearing and seeing shootings while they're walking to a store nearby their home. Just by simply walking over to one place or another, they experience things that they should not be experiencing at their age. They get questioned by asking, do you bang, and where you're from. Our teams, yes.
What does rolled up on mean?
That means gang members come in a vehicle and they drive right next to the student that is walking and ask where they're from, or if they're from a gang affiliated area, or what they're identifying with. And that doesn't merit a response. And that's been from our elementary schools to our middle schoolers. And what they hope, one of the things that they've asked during our summer program was that they wanted safer streets. And that's been a constant and a dream that they've asked for multiple times. So even when asked now, what would they hope that would change? They would like a safer neighborhood and streets. They'd like to feel security at night and to be able to sleep and to go about their day and feel awesome without having to look over their back and over their shoulder as they're walking. Thank you very much.
Good evening. You know me, Gaby Garcia. We have been working in the community deeply for the last 5 years. And we have been building relationship with the stakeholders, with all of you, and working together to make changes. But if this transportation plan pass, it's going to be a big impact. You hear already Caleb and Noemi. And it is so many stories there. It is so many stories there where we can disclose, but I can tell you it's not safe. Each one of us, we have a car. We go everywhere safe. We drive here, we drive there. There's so many children and teens that they walk home, and they are not safe. If we want to impact the community, we need to come together. We need to be mindful and see the need, the reality. So many single moms, they have to leave from work 6 a.m. and the children, they walk home alone. All the way through North Preacher. We know that neighborhood, how dangerous it is to cross in the Commonwealth and get it to school. How do we expect performance and good grades if they don't have the basic? We are blessed with the meals and the after school program, but it is more. It is more. The more we know the community, the more we are addressing needs. And believe me, the changes, it's amazing, but we need more. We need to come together, work together, and keep doing what we do. It's just love our community.
Gabby, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So are you, I know you have the two centers, so one, Valencia Park, and then the other one at the Gilbert Center. Are you talking about both, one of those?
It would be great, both of them.
Okay.
Valencia Park has so many children walking, especially after the after-school programs. And you know, we have ACES, we have Boys and Girls Club, we have United Kids. But it's giving voice to those children and teens that they don't have voice.
Thank you very much for the comments. We really appreciate it. Dr. Pletka, because this is public comment, is it sufficient to direct you to speak further with OC United regarding their concerns?
Definitely. We look forward to working. We have another meeting related to a volleyball game and a basketball game, so we'll do two things at once there.
All right, very good. No other.
Well, but I think that these comments can shape our conversation then about our transportation plan, right? And the ways that we envision it creating more safety for our kids and where they're bringing us their concerns that I think should shape our response when we have that discussion, which is now, I think.
Right. So any further questions or comments on this discussion/action item, which is our proposed transportation program? Do we have a...
Well, we're going to have a presentation, so do we want
Right.
to do comments after or now?
Maybe we have the presentation
After.
now, perhaps? Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, Gus, for sharing with us, and you guys are welcome to stay and listen to the presentation about our plan, or you can go to bed.
And if you stay, please have a seat.
Yeah.
In the front.
I asked them, I said, if they're leaving, please take me. They said, no, you have to stay. Okay, President Takur, trustees, Superintendent Pletka, staff, thank you for being here tonight. I'm going to go over a presentation for our transportation program funding plan. This is something new. We've never had to approve a transportation plan before. However, good news is the state is starting to fund transportation again. And so now, since they're providing more money, they would like to see a plan. So tonight, what I would like to do is we have an agenda up here, kind of share with the board and staff and our guests what our current transportation program is. What is bus rider eligibility? Who rides the bus now? Give you some transportation statistics, some of the funding that we have received and our expenditures over the last few years. Look at the additional funding that we received this year for transportation, and talk a little bit about some of the, we did send out a survey, we received some input from parents and students and staff and the community, and I do have some recommendations tonight. There is a goal, and the goal is, as part of receiving these additional funds, it is to approve your plan by April 1st of 2023. So the plan could be approved tonight. It doesn't mean the plan can change. And so as we talk to the different groups and we want to make changes to our plan, we can definitely do that. But as a condition of receiving the funding, your plan has to be approved by April 1st, 2023. So I put that out there so everyone understands what the objective is here tonight. So looking at bus rider eligibility, we have two types. We have home to school transportation, we have special ed transportation. And so for our home to school transportation, for students that live at the elementary schools that live farther than 1.25 miles away from the school, or for the junior high school, 2 miles, we provide transportation. Because of the close nature of most of our schools, we only have 5 schools that fall into this category: Beechwood, Rolling Hills, Ladera Vista, Hermosa, and Parks. And so we'll go over a little bit about some of the eligibility. That 1.25 miles and the 2 miles, that is set in board policy. And that is, the list again. Excuse me, the schools? Yeah. Beechwood, Rolling Hills, Ladera Vista, Hermosa, and Parks. That's currently where we have the home to school transportation. Who rides the bus, and do we have some riders that ride for free? Yes. It's gotten a little more complicated in that now everybody receives a free lunch. However, in the olden days, if you were either free or reduced through an eligibility program, if you were categorized as free, then you also rode the bus for free. There was no charge. If you were reduced, qualified as reduced, then you would ride it at half price, $165 a year. And if you didn't qualify for free or reduced, if you lived outside of those boundaries and you chose to ride the bus, it was $333 per year. It's been set at $333 a year since, I believe, 2014. That price has not increased. We also have special education, where we still have the walking distance. However, if the IEP determines that it's necessary that that child be provided with special education and transportation, then we do that, and the student rides for free. So currently we have, when we talk about the home to school, we have about 297 riders. We have 6 main bus routes going to those schools. I believe Parks has 2 big buses that go to it. 297 riders, about 49, 50 students per bus.
Excuse me a minute. I see buses at Nicholas.
They could be special ed.
Oh, maybe, because I do see
Correct.
kids coming and going on buses at
Yes,
Nicholas.
we also
And I
have
think there
special
are
ed
2
buses
routes
that go
there.
to 18 other schools. So you
Oh,
will see
18 others.
transportation, but as
Okay,
far as the
18
home-to-school
schools.
transportation,
Got it.
we're talking at those other schools.
And
Thank
also,
you for clarifying.
Also, just to clarify, we're also only talking about kids that are living outside of the 1.25 or 2 miles of their identified home school, right? If they choose to transfer through an interdistrict transfer,
That's
that
their
they
family's
should
Correct.
remove from the situation.
That,
the
yes, thank you
formula
for that.
doesn't
That is-
apply.
that is correct.
Okay.
So we've got the 6 routes, and we've got the 297 riders. Currently 129 of them pay, 26 pay the reduced amount, and 142 of them, almost half, already ride for free. The number of special ed routes that we have are 21, and we have 170 riders, so your ratio there is about 8 to 1, and they all ride the bus at no cost. Each year, our transportation department travels about over 149, almost 150,000 miles, which if you think about it, that's about 6 trips around the world, or 3 trips up the mountain. So, I know it's a little late, but we'll keep going.
We heard.
Yes. Okay. So as far as our bus fleet, we kind of have an old bus fleet. We have 42 buses. 15 of them are, we have buses less than 15 years old, or 57%, but almost half of them are older than 16 years. 13 gasoline, 23 propane. We do have some CNG buses and 4 diesel. We don't use the diesel as much, and we are hoping that we get to electric vehicles. That is the push. It's very difficult to even find. You can't even buy gasoline vehicles, buses anymore. It's all electric. However, for an electric vehicle, you need to have an electric infrastructure, something to charge these stations. And so we look forward to potential projects, possibly funded by a bond. We would look at creating that infrastructure to support a bus fleet that's electric.
Our bus fleet, being electric, could not have gone up the mountain, spent the night there, and tried again, and come back.
Again, I don't, our transportation director's not here. I would have to look at how far they can go and the charging, but we would definitely look at that. And that is something to consider, is how far can they go? I think what's happening though with solar and electric vehicles, every year they're getting better and better and better. And so I'm hoping that they will improve that technology. I do believe it will be there. And so you can't really even, if you can find them, you can purchase the vehicle ones, the gas ones, it's difficult. New electric vehicles with a grant, sometimes you can get them for free, anywhere up to $250,000. Without a grant, it can be $300,000 to $400,000. So it's a little pricey to purchase these vehicles. So what do? We have a fleet that is old, but we have mechanics that they make these things work. And it's a lot easier to put a new engine in a bus than it is to go find a new bus. And so we have had to do that at times. Transportation funding. Since the 1980s, our transportation funding for Fullerton School District, and in every district, has been frozen. It's been frozen for Fullerton at $1,023,629. That's how much money our district received. So, starting this year, we received more funding. We're going up to $1,795,000. The idea is to fund us at close to a 60% level. And the purpose of those increased funding is to provide transportation services at no cost to unduplicated students. So we're talking low-income English learners, foster youth, that live outside of those walking distance set forth in board policy. Every district has different walking distances. Some have less, some have more. Some charge more for busing, some charge less. In this district, it's 1.25 for elementary, and it's 2 miles for junior high. This is kind of difficult to see, but you can see how our expenditures have gone. In 2007-8, we used to spend $2 million on our transportation program. We received $1 million. and it has crept up. The reason why I highlighted those ones in 2019, 20, and 2021 is those were the COVID years. We were still paying for bus drivers. We weren't doing as many field trips, and so our fuel costs were down, but we know what fuel cost is doing now. We're currently at, our expenditures for this year are estimated to be close to $3.4 million, and our revenue is now 1.8. So we're operating at a deficit. So the good news is the additional money came, we welcome it, but we're still not fully funded. One of the things we did in this last year was we had a very difficult time finding bus drivers. We had to be competitive. And so we had a good idea that this money was coming. We increased the hours that our bus drivers are guaranteed for the week. They were only guaranteed 25 hours of work. Now they're guaranteed 30. So we have increased our expenditures that way in anticipation of this money, which is why you can see we've gone up from 3.1 million to almost 3.4. It's helped tremendously on retaining bus drivers. Morale is great, and so we've invested some of the money that way. Yes.
Do they also receive benefits from working 30 hours per week?
For the 30 hours, Dr. Hammond, it's prorated. Is it prorated? It's at a full-time because of that, it's full-time. So one of the things we did was, as part of the condition of receiving this money, is we're supposed to gather input from stakeholders, from students, from teachers, from parents, from the community. And so I met with our FSD management staff, shared our plan with them, let them know where we're at. The first time when we met with the associations, they said, wow, we've got extra money, let's go do something. We had to show them that it is great, we have extra money, but we're still not fully funded. We did send a survey to all parents, staff, teachers, which are the staff, and the students, and we also reached out to South Coast Air Quality Management, California Air Resource Board, and OC Transit Authority on our plan, and the survey was available on the webpage. Didn't have a huge response on the surveys. We received back over 500 surveys, mostly from parents, 13% from students. Only 14% of them were current riders. Of the people that currently didn't ride the bus, most of them just said, I live too close to the school, not eligible, or the parents dropped them off. One of the things we did here was that my child attends an after-school program, and you don't do busing there. So I can't, which kind of what we heard tonight. Some said it's too expensive for the ones that would pay. 4% said it's not safe to ride the bus, and 3% of them said, I didn't even know transportation was available, which is very telling, and that was good information for us. One of the questions we asked, if you were provided transportation, do you think you'd come to school more? And 44% of them said, no, I come to school because I come to school. So 35%, well, yeah, I'd come to school more, somewhere maybe, right? We did ask some questions, and some of the main themes that came out was make transportation available to more people at no cost, especially those who can't afford it. That was a main theme that we heard. Student safety was also a concern. They want their children safe on the buses, and there were lots of comments that said the bus drivers are great, staff is great, so that was good. We like to hear that. Recommendations. Recommendations are what we do based on what I've heard in the survey, and again, this is the preliminary plan that you're going to approve tonight, is that we make transportation, we stick with the 1.25 miles and the 2 miles, but we make it available to our unduplicated students at no cost, whether they're free, reduced, English learners, that it is available to them. I've looked at those schools where they have students. We believe we can absorb that into our current transportation plan without having to add additional buses or having to add additional drivers. We feel we can accommodate that because, again, we go back to the expenditures. We're only funded at a little bit less than 60%. My recommendation is that we increase the cost for the non-unduplicated students who ride the bus from $333 to $383 per year. This is actually lower than many districts. It's a 15% increase. When you look at the fact that this has not increased since 2014, and the cost of fuel has gone up tremendously, it still is a great value to parents. And so the recommendation is that we would start this for next year. We'll continue to hire qualified bus drivers and provide ongoing safety training, which is in support of what we heard in the survey, is we want safety on our buses. So
Rob,
with that, yes.
On when you mentioned about kind of keeping everything the same, and we would have to add, you would be able to absorb some of those students with the current, bus drivers and buses that we have. What about routes? Do you think we would have to increase routes?
I don't think
The
so,
six?
because
I'm
we
talking
have,
about
I mean,
like
we
the
have
six.
empty seats on our bus now, but if you look at something, so we have about 400 EL students that are not free or reduced. And then I looked at the schools that we're talking about, and Rolling Hills or say Hermosa, they maybe have 5, 7 kids that are English learners who normally we weren't providing transportation for free, but now we would offer that. Doesn't mean they're going to take it. We could absorb it if they did. The one that had more, Beechwood had about 24 students that lived outside of the 2-mile area. We think we could absorb that. Again, the idea or the spirit of receiving this money is to provide transportation at no cost to unduplicated students, also to McKinney-Vento students, which we already do. We do offer transportation, not necessarily from us, but through, Dr. Morris could talk on this, through OC Transit, through Hop, Skip, Jump, through other agencies that we use to get students to school. So I do believe we could absorb the additional riders in our current routes with our current drivers, and also not increase or basically increase the walking distance.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. Copeland?
I have questions and comments.
Okay.
First question would be, would all of these same plans apply to our summer programming? We're really ramping up this summer. Are we going to provide all of the same kind of formula for our kids this summer?
I believe we do transportation. I know in summer schools, so we do that. It would be the same.
Okay. Because
Well-
they're not, I think because schools are being combined, right?
Right. So,
We're hosting mostly.
hello. It's okay. It's defective. It's working now. We have summer schools at most of our Title I school sites. Acacia will be in place of Maple due to construction. So transportation is at the local site. So we anticipate minimal transportation. For those who are going to a different off-campus location, like for example Sunset Lane to another school, we will offer transportation for all students.
And they can even be within the 1.25 radius because they're being moved to a new school?
Yes, so in the application, we did put a little section to say, do you need transportation? So we are collecting that information.
Dr. Pletka, were you going to add something?
Yes, so just as a side note, I texted Julian just now. There might actually be some after-school money that might be available for busing from OC United, specifically like Valencia Park for the after-school program. We could talk more, but that can be actually independent of this plan and actually access other funds for it. So we need to talk more, but.
So if it's okay, can I go next? Continue. When we looked at, currently the routes that we have, the home to school transfer or busing, it sounds like they're, you said Beechwood, Rolling Hills, Ladera Vista, Hermosa, Parks. That's really helpful because those are kids that are living outside of that 1.25 circle or 2-mile radius, right? None of those are our Title I schools. And my concern is we're hearing about safety in communities where kids don't feel safe to walk within the 1.25.
Hermosa Drive, okay, they have a whole area down off of Imperial that are free and reduced, that are poor kids in terms of financial income. Ladera Vista has quite a few issues.
Absolutely.
So it is not that they are not.
Yeah.
Um,
My point is getting at not that none of those kids need it, but the question is whether we want to balance distance with need for safety. Because I think I'm wondering if there's a way to expand opportunities for kids that live within a closer boundary of their home if they need transportation to make it safer.
Okay, so I took the 467, I made it 467 students, divided into the $1,562,107, and we're currently paying $3,345 a student. If we increase the amount of money you're asking, that would come to another $7,150, I think. That's not very much of an increase in terms of our total amount. And we are way, I don't mean it mean, especially with your sitting there, we're spending over $1 million from general fund dollars. How many teachers could we get for $1 million? These are the same children that in the classroom we want to have specialists go in. And so we're taking general fund dollars and giving $1 million to 467 children, where we have thousands of children that need more education or more effective or smaller classrooms. We have teachers in our school district who have combination classrooms. We could take $1 million and get rid of a lot of those combination classrooms potentially. And I want children to be safe. That's number one. Life's full of tough choices. We have to balance it. And if we're going down a road where everybody's going to get a bus ride, who we think needs it, we will need more transportation. We will need another couple drivers. And is that the best way to help these children to learn?
Well, I'm not sure that the funding streams are necessarily the same.
Well, you have to take general fund dollars to compensate for the shortfall of busing.
Dr. Coughlin, were you able to get a question out of that you can answer?
Well, so a couple things. So currently, if our funding is 1.8 million and we receive 3.3 million, that means 1.5 million has to come from somewhere else, and it comes from the LCFF funding, the funding that we receive. So it's called encroachment. However, one of the things that I'm really proud about our transportation department is they're very innovative. And we look at different ways to get kids to schools. And I know what JD's been doing. He's been looking at, it doesn't make a lot of sense to send a bus to an area where there's 7 kids, right? Where you now have to have a licensed bus driver to drive a bus. Well, what about a van? And so we're looking at some different things like that, more cost-effective ways. We want our students to get to school. We know we want them to get to school safely. And so we do everything we can do to do that. We know that if kids don't come to school, they don't learn. So it's a balancing it's a balancing act.
Dr. Coughlin, we're required to provide transportation, for example, to certain class of students, special ed. Are there any others?
We're required, if it's in their IEP, that is the only transportation that is required.
You're asking us, this is part one of the Dr. Coughlin show this evening.
One of 3, yes.
This is a presentation regarding our upcoming transportation plan, and I believe that you're requesting a motion from the board to approve it tonight. Is that right?
Correct. The motion is tonight to approve the plan. It doesn't mean this is the plan set in stone. And what I heard tonight after our speakers is we're going to look at some, we're always looking to see, can we expand some transportation? Can we provide more transportation? If we do that, we would then share that back with the board, which would kind of be altering the plan, and we would amend our plan.
And we received some additional state funding. that this plan incorporates, correct?
Correct. The almost $800,000, correct.
And Trustee Sugarman, is there a potential objection from you as to
Oh, I
how
don't-
that's being proposed?
No, I think this is a very good plan. I was responding to what Ruthie said about, more kids and pointing out that Hermosa really has children that have a serious need and need to be transported in LV. And I don't know how many get transported around LV. We had one father 2 years ago come and speak to us about safety. And I like the plan, so I will vote for this plan. But if we start going down a road of taking a lot more money and putting in transportation, I just think we all have to be aware that we're taking that out of general fund dollars, and we're taking it out of special programs that our students may need, and we're taking it out of the opportunity to get rid of some of our combination classes. And one decision affects a whole multitude of decisions, and we have to look at the whole picture when we're trying to reach the decision. And yes, I would move to accept this proposal.
And just so the board understands, the plan that you're voting on tonight does expand ridership on our buses. And it does so in a way that it does not increase our current transportation expenditures.
Yeah.
We believe we can do that. We believe we can work that in. If for some reason we can't, then we would come back to the board and we would say, you know what, we have more people riding, and then we have choices to make at that point.
And Trustee Anchett, I didn't actually hear anything that you were saying that was an alteration of the plan. Was there something that you wanted to add?
I think we can start with this plan as a beginning point, and I agree it's a good start. And I like that we are expanding to accommodate our unduplicated students. I think my concern, though, is that it doesn't necessarily catch all the kids that need support that live within that 1.25 boundary, that don't feel safe walking to school. So I think this is a starting plan. What I would like to see is something like, I'm making this up, community-based safety plans for busing, for transportation. Maybe it's a crosswalk that doesn't just do an intersection, but goes a bit further to the apartment complex where multiple kids all go together and they walk together. But I would like us to think about needs-based approaches to transportation that looks at kids' safety in the communities they're at, that's not just limited to the 1.25 or 2 mile radius. Because I think that's what we're hearing from our children right now, is even when it's close, it doesn't always feel safe. So how do we, obviously it doesn't make sense for a bus to drive across the street, right? That's silly use of resources, but maybe it's, adult supervision in the walking. I would just like to say this is a beginning, and we can look at maybe neighborhood by neighborhood, some opportunities for increasing safety for our kids.
Rob, would you mind sharing the board policy and when that was revised last for the 1.25 and the 2 mile?
I don't. I can look and I can
after.
share that with share that with the board, but I do believe it's been that walking distance at least since probably 2009, 10. I don't know if there's a part of me that wants to say it was maybe revised during the recession. Maybe they had to expand it a little bit. Because before it wasn't as much, maybe it was a mile and a half. But I can do a little history check on that and provide that to the board.
Yeah, if you can. Just because times change and environments change.
Yeah.
The 1.25 must have been, good at the time, and things are changing. I mean, it's funny to say I live probably half a mile away from Pack Drive, and my son wants to ride the bus to school. And I'm like, you live really close, maybe walking. But to my other point of potentially doing bus tours, so the numbers that I saw, where are they? From the survey, just people not knowing that we provided transportation. I mean, just kind of getting the information out. I don't know. I mean, it's not a field trip, but I mean, that's one thing that my son told me was just like, he saw the bus and he just gets excited to get on the bus. Yeah, and then maybe, again, just, kids, parents might not know, again, that we offer that service. but just doing, I don't know, some type of like bus tour, what it would look like, you know, driving from one location to the other. And I think that's maybe another analysis that I wanted to see is what schools and what communities and neighborhoods that we serve that are outside those boundaries, and maybe kind of like highlight them. I mean, they don't have to be on anything like special, but just highlighting to see where those pockets of neighborhoods that are that distance, just so we have a better understanding of who we need to probably reach, to let them know, hey, you qualify, hey, you don't qualify. You know, kind of just sharing. I mean, again, nothing super elaborate, but just.
No, we can work with our demographers on that, and they can provide that information.
Okay,
It's pretty
cool.
easy.
Yeah, I mean, so those are just kind of some questions and comments that I had. And I think we talked about maximizing the space on buses, you know, being able to kind of, the influx or whatever, we would be able to kind of take that on. But yeah, that's just kind of what I had. But I would love to see that policy. I mean, 2 years in, it's hard to, unless it comes up, I'm not really reading through all our board policies. But yeah.
Any
Okay,
other
I will
comments
send that,
or questions for Dr. Coughlin? Is there some action, Dr. Coughlin, that you
Yes,
heard from
and
transportation for the board?
Correct. And so what the board, there'd be a motion to approve the plan, and second, and then you would vote on this plan.
I made the motion.
It's moved by trustee Sugarman. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments, questions, discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0, the motion carries. Dr. Coughlin, would you like to continue with the next item? I believe we are on the district's second interim financial report, but.
Yes, we are.
Great.
Grab a water while.
Be nice to see where this goes.
Good night. Thank you.
All right, we'll try to go through this as quickly as possible, but give it its just due. This is our second interim report, which shows the status of the district from July 1st all the way to January 31st, 2023. And another requirement is that we have to review the subsequent 2 years, kind of the multi-year projections. And so one of the things we do at the second interim is we see what's changed from first interim to second interim. Keep going. Okay.
Do you want to take a minute?
No.
Okay, we can just keep.
We're gonna keep.
Thanks.
It's just what's changed from first interim to second interim. So, you know, there's good news, bad news. Things changed. The last time I was here was in December. Is overall our revenue is a little bit higher, and I'll go over what that is. It's up. I do it this way. It's a little more understandable. It's in millions, so 0.64 means $640,000. So the income is up. Some areas down, some areas up. For those $640,000, we did have an adjustment to our TK funding, and so from first interim, so that did take a little bit of a hit, $388,000. But then some other things went up. Some concentration funding went up from first interim, $46,000. Some money we received for district testing, mandated cost. High interest rates bad, but great for interest revenue. So an extra $350,000. E-rate credits came in. Leases and rentals. I did ask a year ago at this time, how much had we received, and it was under $75,000. So we are receiving, since we've taken back the fields, we're receiving more funds from the rental. What does that go for? We've increased our cost to maintain those fields, so it's kind of a wash. That's good news. So overall, income is up. Expenditures are up, and when I was here at first interim, we were showing a surplus over $3.5 million, but we hadn't put in the negotiated settlements yet. And so you'll see a change of first interim to second interim where things went up. Certificated salaries, classified salaries, and benefits went up. Some other areas. Overall expenditures, unrestricted, went up $8.2 million. Some of the big things, the negotiated increases to salaries and benefits, once we offset that with the unfilled positions, was about $5 million. We saw an increase, and if any of you checked your gas bill over the wintertime, it really shot up, and we were not saved from that too. Our utilities have gone up. We did have an increase in an insurance premium, $250,000. Our agency aids, while we thought they are going down what we're spending, they didn't go down as much as we had hoped, and so we did have to increase the budget back for that, but we do have a plan to bring that down for next year. And our cost...
Just one thing to elaborate.
Yes.
This is the bane of my budget existence. So the Great Resignation has continued to impact us. We have instructional aides that work with our special education, and we cannot find enough. And so what's happened is we've had to go to agencies. By the way, anybody who knows someone who wants to be an instructional aide, please reach out to Chad Hammett.
Commercial for everybody watching.
Yes. So,
sleep.
And we pay the agency $65 an hour. They don't pay their person $65 an hour. When we can totally adjust, and by the way, big shout out to Paul Dine and Chad. We have monthly fares. You've heard the messages, the endless messages. That's almost unheard of, monthly job fair. So one of the big things is we are spending $5 million a year on agency aides. This is the piece that we have focused on. We've put it, and we are going to fix this, and we are going to make this work. But this is the biggest kind of, I guess, impact from COVID-19 that has impacted, and so it's a big deal.
Yeah, and the costs have come down, and I think it's not just agency aides. We have some positions where we have people that are out on medical, and we have to go hire people, and we have to go to these agencies to do it. And so some years are better than others. This hasn't been the best year. It's a great year for other things, but and so we do have some costs that are not. We don't project them to be ongoing, so it's kind of a one-time thing. But what's changed from first to second interim? That did increase. And so overall, we started the year at first interim. We started the year with 26 million ending balance. At first interim, it had gone up, and it was 29.7. Now, when we make those adjustments, we are at 22. Our ending balance, projected ending balance, is 22.22. You'll notice that the committed funds went from 14.5 million down to 11.5 million. That's not an accident. About a year ago, I came to the board and I said, there's some uncertainties about enrollment decline and some facility projects that we have to do. And so it's best to set that money aside, to commit those funds, to not negotiate those funds in the event that we have to use them. And this year we did. Our enrollment loss from COVID, it's starting to hit us this year, and we received $4 million less funding. And so that's why those funds went down. So overall, it does, okay, very good. So it shows that unassigned, basically the deficit spending of about $4.82 million, which is kind of that $4 million that I was talking about that we lost in revenue. One of the things we need to do it's the second interim, but it's also we have to project out the out years. And so we look at assumptions, and these are not just our assumptions. We use from School Services of California, the Department of Finance, the LAO, and we work with our county office. And so we're kind of told to use these assumptions. This year we did receive a COLA, about 13.26. It's projected for next year. The governor's projecting a COLA of 8.13%, and in the out year, 3.54%. A little bit lower on that out year than it was at first interim. Lottery, we receive money per lottery. So when you're out in the community and they say, well, you've got all that lottery money, it's $237 per student. It's probably maybe $1 million, a couple million. It's not where all of our money comes from. Good news is our unduplicated cost that we receive extra funding for supplemental concentration has gone up. That UPP, which we call, has gone from 58%. We're now at a 3-year rolling average of 58.58. Next year it's 60.5 and then 60.35. Just 2 or 3 years ago, this average was about 54%. And so by identifying our families in needs, it has brought in additional funding for the district.
So would you say that our district students are more needy now than they may have been 3 or 4 years ago?
Based on the income verification forms that we have done and reaching out, yes, we have more parents that have said they are falling in that area of needing assistance. And the
So-
state answers with additional funding.
But that may also mean that we need more programs for their students.
So you receive the supplemental concentration, the additional funding that maybe other districts don't because they have more needs, and with more needs, yes, more programs follow. And so these are some of the numbers, but you can see that the average LCFF dollars that we're receiving per ADA is going up. It used to be, there was not too long ago, it was under 10,000. We're now at $12,187 per student, which is great. And next year it's projected to be a little bit higher, $13,243. Important to note that built into our structure, we have something called step and column, so we have to budget for that. It's not it's an automatic. It is an automatic, and so next year our step and column for our staff will go up $1 million. STRS increase, good news, no increase in STRS next year. Let's hope that stays, that they've capped out. PERS was supposed to go down, but they brought it back up again. We hear chatter that maybe they're not getting the returns in the stock market. Are they going to have to raise it? But we're kind of at an all-time high of what we're paying there. Our enrollment is going down slightly, but it's not a mass exodus. What this means, I'll try to do this here, the number of students that are entering in the TK and kinders are less than the number of 8th graders. We have a larger cohort that's leaving the districts. We're starting to level out. So overall, we do project a slight decrease next year in enrollment. This is pretty conservative. We do go conservative on this. I don't believe it'll be this large, which will help with the revenue side of it going forward. Because 24-25 is out, we're projecting that it's going to stay the same. So we're not sitting here saying it's going to be 200 or 300 less. Keep in mind, we're funded when kids come to school. When kids come to school, that's how we receive our funding. And so the good news is the state has given us a little grace, and the 1,200 students that were lost in this district over COVID, they're spreading it out over 3 years. So this year we're basically funded on 12,049 students, even though we don't have that many. It comes down about 400 students a year until it reaches that 24-25 level of 11,130. And in anticipation, because we know that as enrollment goes down, then we also look at reduction in staffing through attrition. So we don't, people aren't laid off, but through attrition, and with less students, then we need less staff. And so we've budgeted for those numbers, which are up there, 10.5 less FTEs next year, and the following year, 7.
Sorry, can you say that again? So you're expecting that those 10.5 teachers or full-time staff not to be cut, but to just retire, and we don't.
Every year we have a number of retirees, so then we don't fill those positions, or we have temporary teachers that leave the district that we don't backfill. When you take all of those assumptions and you put them together, we're looking at next year a balanced budget where the unrestricted revenue matches the unrestricted expenditures. In the out year, 24-25, you'll see that expenditures are higher. Been doing this now for 20-some years. That third year is always a little crazy. And my recommendation to the board is to not necessarily react to that right away and start making drastic changes, but just to be aware of it. But things do change in the out year. So that's very common there. We still meet our reserves. So my recommendation is we proceed with caution. There are some certainties that we're in now. We know that one of the certainties that we know is our revenue this year has been adjusted, and next year and the next 2 years for those loss of students during COVID. That's a certainty. Next year will be reduced $4 million and another $4 million the following year. Health costs are not going down. They're not going down. Inflation is here. We don't know what's happening with it. We do have lower attendance rates this year. We're trying to make them up with some of our Saturday schools, but kids and when children are sick and staff, we want them to stay home. We don't want them to come to school. This is not just us, this is across the board. Where normally you have 97% attendance, we're down into the 95s. That's a reduction of 2%, which could be a reduction of $2 million. So it does have an impact. That's a fact. Another certainty is the state extended the filing date. Normally we file our taxes on April 15th. They had extended it to May 15th. They've now, because of the disasters and the weather, they've extended it to October 15th. This is a good news, bad news. Typically what happens, April 15th comes, people pay their taxes. That's what the state looks at and says, okay, based on how much money we receive, this is what we can do for next year. Now they're going to need to wait until October 15th to get a true picture, but they still have an obligation to adopt a state budget in July, and so do we. And so the uncertainties are, what is the revenue for the 23-24 state budget going to be? That's uncertain. The state COLA, is it going to be less? Is it going to be more? We don't know. We do know that revenues are coming in under what was projected, and so we need to be, kind of aware of that. The LAO, I believe, is projecting not an 8% COLA, but a 6% COLA, somewhere in the 6 range. We don't know. Also, if the state has less money, we receive money from the state, there's the possibility of cash deferrals. We need to be mindful of that. That's where the state doesn't pay us, but we still have our obligations to pay our payroll. TK kinder enrollment is always an uncertainty, and so typically what we do is we staff very conservatively on that. We kind of like to see the whites of their eyes. But we do work closely, and Dr. Hammett works very closely with the sites. How are those kinder packets coming in? We don't want to overstaff in TK or kinder, and so we're watching those. That's an uncertainty. Health cost rates, I'm hearing anything from 7% to 13%. We don't know yet. Are they going to go up? And then a utility cost. Are they going to continue to rise or not? So there's uncertainties out there, and every year there's different uncertainties. Last year at this time, it was the war in the Ukraine, and I know there's still unrest. 2 years ago, it was COVID. Luckily, that's kind of behind us. So what is being asked, the district certification, the board has 3 options, and you can either certify this as positive, qualified, or negative. Positive means the district can meet its obligations for the current and subsequent 2 years, which it can, maintaining the 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. And a qualified one would be, maybe it's not going to make it. A negative one means you can't make it this year. So we're not negative, we're not recommending qualified, we're recommending a positive certification that says we can meet our financial obligations this year and the following 2 years. Our next steps would be the board to take action on this. We submit it to OCDE. We wait for the May revise. We monitor, we continue on a daily basis, enrollment, spending, current, ongoing. We work with Ed Services to prepare, present, and adopt the LCAP, and we prepare, present, and adopt the district budget in June. That is the second interim report in a nutshell, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. I do want to say before the questions, I do want to thank staff, Damien Ibarra, Joanne DeClaro, who now actually get some rest because for them, this is their tax season, and so they get to breathe for a week until they start working on the budget for next year. So with that, are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Any
All
questions?
this hard work right before spring break.
It's good timing.
Trustee Berman?
No, I just want to say I appreciate the hard work that you put into this. We really appreciate you. And I am going to move to approve the district's second interim financial report with a positive certification per state guidelines, a positive certification.
We've got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second, and I too thank you guys. You are keeping us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Dr. Coughlin, since I've been on the board, I've never seen a qualified, but do you think that we're getting into that territory a year or two from now?
I I don't believe so. There are things that the board has positioned itself to where if things are taking a turn, there's things that can be done that is not a drastic, think of an airplane. It's not we're going down fast, we're going to the right. It makes slight adjustments that have, I believe, minimal impacts, minimal impact. So if it's going in that direction, I do believe we have things that we can do.
Are there any districts in surrounding areas that might be looking at qualified or worse?
I don't know of any districts. I have my CBO meeting tomorrow. I probably will hear something, but I don't know of any other districts.
Worst case scenario on the tax filings. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall, COVID, the state kept our enrollment up from pre-COVID numbers. Then COLA increased significantly one year. And then another year, there was a windfall from people selling their stocks. Mm-hmm. So it was almost like every time we might have to reckon with the decreasing potential finances, we were saved by something. If in 6 months, October 15th deadline passes and we're looking at really surprisingly low numbers for the state, would this come back, or does that get folded into the following years?
So the good news is, every time is different. In 2008-9, when there was the recession, the state didn't have a rainy day fund. They have a pretty robust rainy fund account, rainy day fund, that they could draw on to make it so we didn't have those draconian cuts that we had in the past. It's different. Yes, our funding is very much tied to it's tied to the state, and the state income is tied to taxes, and it's typically how does the stock market do, and we know that the stock market's not doing terribly well right now, and so that it could have an impact, but I do believe the state has, the state in this year's budget had a lot of one-time programs with funding, that those go away. Maybe they don't continue them at the same level that they thought. So it's kind of scary, and I know Dr. Pletka and we've been doing this a long time, and it seems to always work out. It does work out, but it can be a little bit of a roller coaster ride at time. But I'm very convinced that this board has positioned itself to weather the storms, and also now the state has some things in place to weather that storm.
Yeah, and so just a few pieces, and actually it kind of ties to the next topic, but we have been investing in our infrastructure. So just as one example, the board at the beginning of this year approved, it ended up being about $5.5 million in new fencing. Those are one-time expenses. In addition to that, there are a variety of new projects, facility projects. I don't think Scott had ever, his version, correct me, is that this last one was probably the most projects that they had ever done in that 1 year since he's been here. For us to consider a bond, we also want to show that we're investing in our facilities and not just letting them fall apart. And so as we look at the budget as an example, if you back out some of those one-time costs, if you back out, here's another piece. We invested in our technology infrastructure, because one of the things that happened is after COVID, we actually have more devices than we've ever had. Well, you also want to scale your internet, your networks, your wireless access points. So we had almost $1 million of one-time expenses that went into kind of scaling up. So again, just using some simple superintendent math, that's $5.5 million plus 1.3 million in costs, one-time costs we typically don't do, plus $1 million. So, when Rob's talking about are we in position, we can at any point say, you know what, this year we are just going to have the minimum maintenance budget and not invest in and so that would be like your low-hanging fruit. So let's say we had to cut, we would say, you know what, this year or next year, Scott, no new projects. You're going to maintain, you're going to fix something that's broken, but you're not going to add something new. You're not going to add new fences. You're not going to add new surveillance and security. We did one more thing. We did 20 schools of training. Now, will we do it again? Yes. But will we do 20 schools every year? No. In addition to the 20 schools of training, we brought in that they also did consulting. So with the consulting, they would come in and say, well, that needs to be fixed. And fixed meaning not that it's broken, but upgraded to be more secure. Single point of entrances, that makes it sound like, wow, okay, well, it's just a doorway. Those doorways where we, like at Acacia and that project is thousands of dollars to do something. Just to the piece then, kind of like, can we weather the storm? Yes, if there's a downturn, we can weather the storm because each year we've been putting in additional one-time costs to offset it. At any moment, we could say, you know what? We are going to simply just maintain everything. So I think it looks good for the next couple years. However, maybe, just maybe, we need a bond.
That's great.
Great
Any other? We've got it moved and seconded. Any further discussion, comments, questions, concerns? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Dr. Coughlin?
Okay. Moving on to the next item. I know it
One
passed.
more shout out.
Yes.
Joanne and Damien, this was they came in first time in their new positions, and I am not exaggerating when I say to make this work, they were working 14, 15 hours a day, 6-7 days a week. So to not only learn the things they needed to do, but make all the adjustments. So a special shout out that they were putting in 70-hour work weeks. So thank you both.
I did notice less clip art in the presentations. Nice.
So moving on to the next item, previous board meetings, there has been some discussion about the possibility of a general obligation bond. What does that look like? And for new board members, what's the history of in the district of GO bonds? And what is a GO bond? And what does it take to pass a GO bond? And what are some timelines? So I have Jen here. Tim Carty couldn't be here tonight, but Jen is here from Piper, our financial advisors, to kind of go through a little presentation that he's prepared on, I call it GO Bonds 101. And we're here to answer any questions that you have at the end of that. So I'll turn it over to you here. And here's your little quick.
Thank you so much for your patience. Despite the late hour, you have our full attention.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you, Dr. Coughlin. So, as Dr. Coughlin mentioned, my name is Jin Kim. You probably all know my colleague Timothy Carty. He's been the longtime district financial advisor. And he asked me to fill in this evening to go over with you some information about general obligation bonds and to share with you what we think might be helpful, our thoughts about planning for a new bond for 2024. So our presentation covers 3 parts, what Dr. Coughlin mentioned. So it covers what is a general obligation bond. And we hope to then review what the district has done in the past by going over some of its old bond measures. And then we'd like to talk about what if the district decides to proceed and place a new general obligation bond on the ballot. What might that look like? And what are some of the milestones in the process to get us there? So let me, if I'm working this correctly, so there you go. So let me start with this slide. This is just a basic overview of what a general obligation bond is. A general obligation bond is a tool that's widely used by all school districts in California for the past 20 to 25 years or so. And school districts use it to fund their facilities needs for upcoming years. Now, general obligation bond does require support from the voters, and it requires a 55% supermajority vote to pass. If you're thinking about a 2024 bond election, there are 2 potential election dates in which we can place the bond on a ballot, and that's the March presidential primary, and the other date is the November presidential election date. One thing to always remind ourselves is that the general obligation bond is repaid from property taxes levied on assessed valuation of your property, not the market value. So this is a tax value that you probably see on your tax bills every year. The tax rate is calculated based on that. For an elementary school district like ours, the county can levy up to $30 per $100,000 of assessed value of your property per election. Interestingly enough, for a K-12 unified school district, that tax rate, the county can levy up to $60. The district board does take action to place a bond on the ballot, and it does require 4 yes votes. And the district board also votes to prioritize the projects for which the bond measure money can be used to finance. Now, one thing to remind ourselves is that we don't get all of the money up front in one fall swoop. We will take draws over a period of time, and every time we would take a draw, we would come in front of you to seek your approval before doing so. You know, one of the interesting features of a GO bond is that it does require a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And the main purpose of this committee is to monitor, to see where the bond money is being used for and to finance what type of projects. So speaking of projects, we thought that it might be helpful to just remind ourselves what type of projects can be funded with GO bond monies. The left side of this slide shows a green section. These are the general categories of projects which can be funded with bonds. We can use bond funds to fund construction of new schools. We can use the money to modernize and repair existing schools. And we can also use the money to furnish and equip those school sites. Many school districts these days are also using the money to upgrade and improve their security and safety at their school campuses. What we cannot use is listed on the right side of this slide, and that is to fund the district's operations. We can't use the money to pay for regular employee salaries and benefits, and we cannot use the money to fund pension costs. Now, in addition to Dr. Pleka and Dr. Coghlan's hard works, there are 4 outside professionals who typically get involved when developing and placing a bond on the ballot. There are the financial advisor, there's the pollster, there's the political strategist, and there's the legal counsel. And I'll start from the bottom right, the legal counsel. You may all have worked with or know or heard of David Casanoka. He's the district's long-term bond counsel, and he will draft all of the ballot materials to be approved by this board before we actually place the bond on the ballot. Above his box, there is a pollster, and I understand there's an agenda item tonight to discuss that. The pollster's main purpose is to draft and conduct the public opinion survey, and that is done to gauge the feasibility of a bond. And assuming that there is a positive environment within the community to support a bond, we would use the survey results and the information, hand that to the political strategist, who will then use that to develop the messaging and the narratives to share with all of the district's stakeholders, as well as the influential members of our community. Now, the box above the political strategist, the financial advisor, that's us, that's Tim and myself. Working with Dr. Pleka and Dr. Coghlan, we will help strategize and quarterback the entire process. And what we'll also do is create the bond financing plan for the district. Now, what you may ask, well, what goes in a bond financing plan? Well, there are 5 general, what I like to call ingredients that go into composing and creating a bond financing plan. That's the total bond amount. That's the total dollar amount that gets placed in the ballot language in which the public votes on. Next is the phasing and timing. This is the frequency of the bond draws we may take. It may be 2 years, it may be every 3 years. That depends on your facilities needs. The other is we help the district calculate the tax rate for any potential new bond. And then we also help the district think through, well, what should the repayment period be? Should that be 25 years or should that be 30 years? And then finally, we come up with a set of assumptions for this bond plan. And this is just a planning tool we would use for a bond plan going forward. We may revise it as our needs change over time. Now, that's just a brief overview of what a GO bond is. So now I'd like to move on and review what the district has done with its old bond, Measure CC. Now, this is a ballot language that was approved by the voters of the community over 20 years ago. Now, interesting thing about a ballot language is that it has to be 75 words, it has to be 1 sentence, and it has to end with a question mark. Yes, 75 words, 1 sentence. Every word is carefully counted. And the text in the red, that was highlighted by us because we wanted to let you know that the composition of the 75 words are, there's a blue text that cannot be modified. That's legally required, and that stays the way it is. However, the text that we highlighted in red, that can be edited based on inputs received from the board members yourselves and the district staff. So we can edit those words. You know, a number of years ago, a new law was enacted which changed the composition of these 75 words. Now we must also include some financial statistics related to any bond measures. You know, interestingly enough, there's a new proposal working its way through Sacramento that may yet again change the composition of these 75 words, but rest assured, you know, we will monitor that for you, and we'll work with Dr. Pletka and Dr. Coughlin to use the right composition of the 75 words for any potential bond measure we may place. Now, diving a little bit deeper into Measure CC, the old bonds, you know, when we look at this table, what stood out to me was bullet number 2, in that the district's bond received overwhelming community support of 61.5% over 20 years ago. And the bonds were drawn in multiple phases. The first draw was taken in 2002, and the second draw was taken in 2005. Now, I'd like to spend a minute going over the last 2 bullets. I mentioned before that the county can levy up to $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation for the tax rate. This year, the county calculated that rate to be just under $21. And what's also interesting to note is that Measure CC tax rates fall off 3 years from now. After this year, there's 3 more years to go. And after that, there will be no more taxes related to Measure CC. And we've prepared a little internal worksheet for you to share with you this evening, which shows an estimated tax rate for those remaining 3 years. But before I get there, I'd like to share with you one additional interesting thing about GO bonds. And that is that the bonds can be refinanced. And district prudently took advantage of this feature 3 times over the past 12 years. So we delivered approximately $4.5 million in savings to the taxpayers. And now this demonstrates good fiscal stewardship, and it also builds what I believe goodwill within the community. So let's get back to that estimated tax rate. So this is an internal worksheet that we prepare. I'd like to draw your attention to column 6, where those 3 green shaded cells are. That's our estimate of what the tax rate might look like for the remaining 3 years of Measure CC. As you can see here, the tax rate, we think, will remain relatively stable at just under $21. Now, this figure gets recalculated by the county every year, and that result is dependent on what percentage gets assumed under column 2. Now, we can safely estimate that the tax rate will be under $21. And now you might be wondering, well, what does that mean? How do we compare to some of our neighboring districts and some of the other communities around us? So we prepared a little table listing out all of the school districts within Orange County that has a bond on their tax bill. As you can see from this table, and there are about 28 or so school districts on this list, we sit 4th from the bottom. And should the district decide to proceed with the new bond and take the tax rate back up to the $30, we would still be comfortable in around the middle of the pack, nowhere near the top. So that's just a little review of Measure CC. Now that we spent some time talking about the old bonds, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about what's possible and a new bonds for the district.
Can I just ask a clarification question?
Sure.
I see that the higher rates are unified districts, right? So there must be a higher threshold for high school and elementaries rather than.
That's right.
So when we were at what you said is the middle, that's not really the middle for elementary, is it? Or
it's middle for all of the school districts combined. But if you look at the elementary, I would point out Buena Park School District over there. They're at around $20, $29. They're hitting that $30. And you look at Cypress, I believe if my glasses are working correctly, they're above $30. So we would still be under the highest elementary school tax rate.
if I can also add, let me turn that on. So there's a couple ways to look at this. So if you're an elementary school district, the most for a single bond is $30 per 100,000. So we're 30, the high school's 30. If we were a unified district, it would be 60. It does that
Right.
to protect the people that live there. The second thing is you'll see some districts that are unified that they're over $60. How is that possible? It's because they may have 2 or 3 bonds that are on top of each other's. And so one of the nice things about Fullerton Elementary is our bond falls off after 2 or 3 years. And so the most that it ever could be is $30. It could, for a brief period of time, be 50, or it could be structured in a way that it is still at the 30.
Could I put it a different way? If we don't draw, if there's a new bond and we don't draw from it until after the last payment is made, it's possible that Fullerton Elementary actually drops off this list for a short time.
It could drop off for a short period of time. There's also ways that it could be structured that the draw that you do for the 2 or 3 years to get programs started might take you from the $21 up to the 30. So you might pay, a smaller amount for those first 3 years. Then it goes up to the 30, so people don't really experience an increase. So there's different structurings, and that's what Jen and this company would do, is to look at that.
'Cause it feels like we'd have to let the voters know, like, that they'd be paying more for a few years while they're double taxed, right?
And the poll will test that.
Yeah.
We'll put some questions in the survey to test all of that and gauge the community's
Yeah.
temperature regarding that.
Because it's also possible that you could actually delay the sales so that the timing, so the timing is that they would not have, let's say, 20 and the 30, which would be the 50. You could just wait. So that's one. There's a second structuring where it would be the 20, just what Rob said, and you would go up to the 30, so that would be the new amount, but it's still only 30. It's not 30 plus 20. So
That's 10 more, for
Right.
example.
We could look at options.
Right. There are various
Not
options
to
in which
exceed
we
$30
can
or something.
target a specific tax rate.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry. And then you also mentioned we can do multiple withdrawals, correct?
That's
Or-
right. So how the bond program will be created is you might, let's say, approve a $250 million or so bond program. We won't get all of that at once. What we'll do is we'll stagger it and we'll space them out. Maybe the first one you'll get $60 million. Another draw 2 or 3 years later, you'll get another $60 million. And we'll customize that for you as your facilities needs become more concrete, and we'll tailor that to your needs.
Is there a limit of how many withdrawals we can do within
No,
that time period?
there is no limit, and the voters don't vote on
yeah.
how many draws you take. They vote on the total amount.
The total amount.
Exactly.
But we, the board, make that decision as far as when we, or
That's right. Every time we take a draw, we would prepare a set of documents to bring before you, and then ask for your approval before taking any draws.
And my experience is on the draws, there are fixed costs that you have to pay the attorneys and the financial people, whether you're drawing 50 million or 100, and so it's kind of a fixed cost, so you do want to look at that.
That's good. All right. So actually, that was a good segue into my next slide. So just to start the conversation, we created what we call a baseline bond plan for the district. So what we assumed is the $30 tax rate, and we assumed 4 equal draws over a 10-year period. Based on these assumptions, we estimate that the district could raise about $262 million to finance new facilities needs. Now again, this is just a baseline plan. We'll customize this for you as we work more with Dr. Pleka and Dr. Coughlin on your facilities needs. So these amounts and these draw periods could change. So now, should we talk about the milestone? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Over 10 years, all being equal. The fourth one, 10 years out, we might assume that interest rates would be higher than they are currently, or maybe even higher than the other three. why would we wait 10 years out when we lose spending capability by the interest rates being higher?
That's a great question. So one of the constraints of sizing a bond issue is your $30 tax rate. As an elementary school, that's the top tax rate you can have per election. And so what we do is we make sure that anytime you take a draw, you don't exceed that. So there, and at any given time, you have a theoretical maximum that you could issue at that time. So while the 262 might be your top number, because of the $30 tax constraint, we may say, oh, let's issue, we can support up to about 100 million today. And then we may have to phase out the balance over time.
Also, there are limits on the amount of money that if you take this draw, you need to be using it. You can't just place it into the bank. There are tax ramifications.
That's right. That's right. There are legal requirements of spending the money. So once the money hits your bank account, you have to spend 85% of that within 3 years. And spending is not writing the checks, but actually money out of your bank account into your vendor's bank account. So,
Jen, I think it might have been a more direct question also. Forgive me, Trustee Sugarman, if I'm paraphrasing, but we are setting, if a district sets a bond, we go to an investment bank and they float this debt that we're taking on, but they sell it to institutional investors for a guaranteed 4% profit to the lender or whoever's buying the bonds, correct? Our school bonds and any other district school bonds are not subject to the Fed's interest rates going up and down. Could you make that distinction?
sure. So
Thank you.
once the bonds are issued, we issue them as fixed interest rates. So on the day of the bond sale, the investment banks, investment banks who would buy the district's bonds, sets the rate, and it's set for the life of that bond. And it doesn't change no matter what happens. It doesn't matter if the inflation goes to 10, 20%. It doesn't matter if the Federal Reserve raises interest rates by another 2 to 3%. Your interest rate cost is set.
Thank you.
I think it's also to point out before we move on past this that some may or may not know this. It's based on 100,000 of assessed value, not the value of your house. We have houses in Fullerton that are millions of dollars. However, they're assessed at, because they were purchased a long time ago and because they're grandfathered in under Prop 13, we have many homes that are in the $2 million range that have an assessed value of $400,000. So that would be basically, if the dollar amount was 30, that would be a bond, a tax of $120 a year. It's not based on the value of the house, and that's an education piece that we have to educate people with. I believe, and I don't know if you have this tonight, if not, we'll share it, the median home price in Fullerton before was around the $500,000 range. Is probably maybe a little bit higher than that.
You're actually very close. So last time we checked, it's around 470,000.
So for the average household, a $30 assessed value, if we went that way, would be an increase of $150 a year. And if they're already paying 20, they're already paying 100 on the last bond.
Now, we might be getting into the weeds here, but regarding the 75 words, wasn't there also a distinction that we can choose to do $30 on 100,000 or 3 cents on 100? Was that something that we could choose?
That's right. So that was implemented as a result of the law change a few years back. Then that was the financial statistics I was referring to. So part of the 75 words now. So before, we could devote more words to describe the projects. Now we have to allocate some of those words to describe the costs associated with the new bond. So we would list it as 3 cents per 100 and 2 cents per 100. And when you calculate it to 3 cents means it's $30 per $100,000 and et cetera.
And so one of the things that the survey, the pollster would do is test the dollar amount. Is the community comfortable with a $30 per 100,000? There are some places they say, we're only comfortable with $19 per 100,000. That the decision could be to go out with that, which would then lower the amount from a $250 million bond down to a $175 million bond. and that would be a decision that the board would make.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So I'd like to spend the last few minutes here talking about some of the milestones. So I've prepared for the board 2 sample timelines, and this sample timeline is targeting a March election. It starts from today, right now, as I understand that the district is reviewing its facilities needs. And then the following couple of steps relate to the polling, and the following couple of steps relate to the community outreach. And then the last step is where I'd like you to focus on. That December 8, 2023 date, that's a legally required date, meaning from the election date of March 5th, we count 88 days backwards. And that December 8th date is the last date in which the district board can act to place a bond measure on the ballot. Now, I understand from speaking with Dr. Coughlin that the district's board meeting is actually after that. So what we would do is we would schedule a special board meeting to act on any potential bond measure should you decide to proceed with the bond.
Pardon me for just one moment. This bit of housekeeping, we're past 10. Do I have a motion to continue our meeting to 10:30 so that we can conclude our business this evening? Yeah. Moved by Trustee Berryman and seconded by Trustee Talavera. Yeah. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Please continue.
Sure. No, thank you.
I know.
Thank you. So now I'd like to go to the next slide. This slide is a similar timeline, but this targets a November bond election. So counting back 88 days from November 5th, 2024, we get August 9th, 2024. And this is the last date in which the district would have to act by in order to place a bond measure on the ballot. You know, one of the commonalities between these 2 slides is that if we are thinking about placing a bond in 2024, we should think about conducting the public opinion survey sometime in April to June, so that we can gauge the community's thoughts and the temperature behind the GO bond. So I know I covered a lot of information, and I know I sped through a little bit just because it is late in the evenings, but I can stay as long as you like to answer any questions you might have.
That was it.
Comments or questions from the board at this time?
I have a question. I don't know if anyone knows or not. Last time as we were looking at this, I think we went in at the same time that the college district went in and the high school district went out.
Well, the city.
Do we know, well, I know it was those two for sure. I don't remember.
There was also a state bond
Yeah.
on the ballot. there.
Do we know if the high school district is also entertaining,
We never know.
Yeah.
But I had heard that there's a possibility that they would go in November of '24.
I had a conversation, and I don't know that it's solidified yet. Is when I talked to somebody on the board today, and I also checked with the city just to say because I know Measure S was the city tax that came at the same time as the Measure J in 2020. It was March 3rd, 2020. A week before the world collapsed, but the city is not at this point considering anything that would come up in March or November 24, as according to one council person. One. Yeah.
I think one of the things that goes, I can kind of speak to it, goes to the next item, is to keep your options open would be, as Jen said, is to begin the survey process to just see, and they'll test actually, is March better, is November better? They'll test those different dates. It's not too early to start even for a November.
do you think you can share the questions with us so that we can see what they're asking?
So when we get to that item, I can kind of speak to that and how that survey poll is put together with input from everybody. I can speak to that on that item.
This was just a discussion, Dr. Coughlin. Is there any action that you're requesting?
On this item, there's no action. It's a discussion that the board had requested.
I have some more questions. Can I ask? Hilda, were you around in '02 when
I headed the bond drive.
You headed the bond drive? Okay, because I would like to know what is expected from us as trustees, and even what role we can play as advocates in the community. If we were to get behind this, like, what does that mean for us and our role, and are there limitations for what we can do to support this?
So
Maybe,
I can kind of speak. Would you like that information at a later date, or because we can provide that, or we can speak?
I mean, I think it matters. I'd like to know, and I know Hilda has that experience to share too.
You go out to every organization you belong to and say, vote for this bond. You send postcards to every one of the people you know. You ask your husband to talk up the bond. You ask your children and the dog to talk up the bond. You cross your fingers and you hope it gets passed.
So you believe it, you campaign for it. I mean, there's no restriction.
No, the district cannot pay anything.
Up until December 8th.
Yes, and so for the money to do all of this, you partnership. The bond we did every night for 4 nights a week. A different group of PTAs went in and made phone calls from a master list to ask people to vote for the bond. A local realtor provided all the space and the phones, and people brought in food and pizzas. For the next bond that we went for, we partnered with the teachers union to do that, to do those phone calls from a specific space, and they gave us food, and we brought in food. So the board showing up when people are phoning makes a big difference, because if we don't support it, principals supported it, the first one. They were assigned different nights, and they came with their staff and their PTA. A lot of work. A lot of work.
I think I would just like to add that the December 8th is kind of the critical date before that, and you can use you're going to have a public opinion, the poll, and then you have your political strategist. The district can pay for that. It's not the political part, but it's kind of like public opinion. Up until December 8th, there's things that the district can do. You can talk about it. You can use some district funds towards that. But once December 8th hit, then the campaign takes over. And it's the campaign that pays for all of the campaigning. They make all the decisions. It's not the district, it's the campaign. And that goes until March.
And Dr. Copeland, nothing that's done after that point by employees of the district is done on district time, correct?
Correct.
Not
on district time. So that would mean any of us, if we're doing work, it's not on district time. We're not using district resources. It's done not on district time, weekends, evenings, and that's with all district staff.
Okay. And we're getting sort of into the weeds, aren't we?
Well, it helps
Get
me
out
have
the
a better
vote
picture of what
the day
is
of the
expected.
election, and now elections can last so many days. We get out the vote. We see who's voted.
Yeah.
We get the sheets, and then we phone them up and say, "Gee, you said you were going to vote yes. Do you want us to watch your children?" And we send somebody else to their house. Do you need a ride? We'll drive you over.
I do have to say, though, I'm going to interject that, I think it depends on your personal situation as a board member. I think that once you vote on it, yes, everybody, we do our best to get it there. But if you don't have time to work a phone bank and you go out and you do what you can. But if you can't do something, you're not obligated to do it. So it's kind of like you do as much as you possibly can in order to get it to pass, because that's what you want to have happen. But you're not obligated to be there. You don't have to do it.
And I will say, regarding the political strategists, there's only a few of them out there. There's not a lot of them. And the last go-around, we interviewed several of them, and we chose one of them. And so we have been talking to some of the political strategists who maybe came in second last time. And because it's not too early to begin that discussion, up until the point of December 8th, the district would be dealing with the political, the strategists. After December 8th, it would be the campaign that would either choose to hire them or somebody else.
Yeah. Can you also clarify what the investment cost would be to get to that December 8th date? I mean,
Oh,
do we have
that's
like
good.
a
That's a great
general
question.
idea?
So,
we're talking the strategist, the polling, the
Right, so-
financial advisor.
Right. So much like what we've done with the, we've used developer fees to pay for the facility master plan. We could look at Fund 40 to pay for the polling, which is for capital facility projects. So we could look at some non-general fund expenditures and funding on that. As far as the political, the strategist, you can, it's legal to use general funds for that up until December 8th, once the
Okay.
board takes action to place it on the ballot.
Okay. I think it'd be helpful. I would like to know maybe next time what kind of that investment cost looks like up front to get to that point.
Right. I think either in a communique or even at
Uh-huh.
the next board meeting, we can bring some possible names of companies and costs and share that
Okay,
with the board.
that'd be helpful.
Just one thing too about, I mean, it's very early on. This, you have to have a pollster will go out. What are the sorts of things that the community wants? You are stakeholders, so you're going to share the sorts of things that you want. Parents, everybody's going to be a part of it. But if you're looking for like a preliminary piece, why would the school district need a bond, want a bond? Well, there is a basic thing that we do need right now. I'll go back to the oldest one. Orange Thorpe is celebrating its 150th anniversary. Maple is celebrating its 100th anniversary. Most of our schools are from 1950. So we're 70 years old. And so just to look at like what are the sorts of things. Well, one is think of accessibility differences between then and now. So just one basic thing. This is a little thing on accessibility, tiny little thing, but it sure makes a difference for kids. Kids in wheelchairs. We have play equipment and the foam that allows a child to wheel up and be able to interact with their friends near the play equipment, interact with their friends. Right now we have wood chips. So that basic piece. That doesn't count the adults who also accessibility. What about basic safety? It's not that they were built unsafe, it's the safety standards have gotten better. So even everything from water, everything from even filtration systems. So just the safety standards they're a lot better than 1950. Also, materials have a life. So let's look at roofing. So I'll use my roof on my house a few years ago. It'd been on it for 40 years. Literally, the shingled roof was disintegrating. If there was a windstorm, the entire shake roof shingles came off. I also had pipes under my house from 1970. Literally in 1 year, I had 4 massive slab leaks. The pipes literally were disintegrating. Materials have a life. We are getting to that life. Plumbing, we patch it. You patch it and you fix it, and you patch it and you fix it. And have we invested in upgrading? Yes. We redid all the water pipes that were in the central kitchen at millions of dollars in terms of safety. What about portable? Someone said, well, that's all right. I heard a community member say, portable's not so bad. Portables were designed, and if Scott wants to correct me on the exact number, 20 years, 30 years. The actual, 20?
Yeah.
So the actual material that makes a portable only is meant to last 20 years, and it starts to fall apart. So the issue is probably not in the next 4 years, but in the next group of kids that go through. In their lifetime, the portables will literally begin to disintegrate.
Some have.
It's not a technical term, but I like the word disintegrate because if you've ever seen what happens to portables. If we want to invest in our kids, if we want to invest in our schools and not walk away for our next generation, then we need to do something now. This Beechwood is just one example. There are all kinds of schools. Almost the entire Beechwood school, 1994, mid-1990s.
We redid
For
it
the-
when we took it back.
So those portables are at the end of their life. You just fill in the blank. All our schools have them. So what would the bond be used for? That's for all of you to decide. But I will say there is a need right now in infrastructure that needs to be taken care of.
Any other questions or comments regarding? Some of the board members might be disintegrating shortly. Any other further questions, comments for our presenter on the general obligation bond measure?
Thank you for staying this late and presenting that so well. That we understood it.
Good work.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for being generous with your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Coughlin, we'll move on to item D.
Last one.
So soon. You are so wrong.
Do we want to extend for another?
Keep going.
All right.
I move that we select True North Research to provide public opinion survey services for our school district and to consider a potential 2024 general obligation bond.
Do we have a second?
I second.
I'd like to keep it open for discussion. Dr. Coughlin?
So True North is a well-respected pollster. We have used them before. Their fees have gone up a little bit in the last couple years, but it's still very competitive. When they put the poll together, they will work with the board, and so you can have some input on what those questions look like. Keep in mind, I've dealt with them before, and they, again, we're hiring them. They are the experts in it, but definitely they welcome our input on that, and also and the board.
Could it be that after they do the poll, that we get data that's really negative for the outlook on the passage, and that we
They
would consider?
could. I mean, it could come back, and it could say, this community is just not ready for a poll. And that's important information to know before you go down a road. And, Piper is here. Basically, they want a school bond to pass. I think you're working for free tonight. I mean, they don't charge us here. And same thing with the attorney that works on this. Obviously, though, the pollster and the public opinion, the political strategist, no. So before we really start investing not only finances and money, but time, it's important to have that information.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or concerns for Dr. Coughlin at this time on this topic? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Any items for future agenda?
Oh, I hope not.
Nothing. Ever.
Leonel's got a smile.
We're going to send, we will send you tomorrow dates for a workshop on our community workforce agreement, and our goal is to have something here within 30 days.
All right, thank you. Any other direction that was given tonight, Dr. Coughlin?
With our
I'm sorry, Dr. Pleka, sorry. Got Coughlin on the brain.
with our transportation plan that was approved, I would just like for us to dig in a little bit more to see about safety issues within the circumference and whether there might be solutions, whether they're busing or adult supervision, that we can offer more options for our kids to get home safely.
And thank you for all of the presentations you put together. Oh, you must have been having fun with your programs.
We'll send to Ruthie's point, we can send something in the communique to get it started, and then for sure we could do an item.
Right, I think Trustee Talavera had some questions, comments about expanding different areas too, so.
I was gonna say, I would hope that, as we sit here and look at we don't have another meeting for another month. And I'm I think it's great to have these discussions, but I'd rather have 2 meetings in a month if they are not that. I think going till 10:30, we get tired, and I think that I don't want to get in this precedent. to be doing this every single time. So if in fact we have a lot of meat on our meetings, then I would suggest that we look at adding a second meeting or moving some of that to a special study session where people are fresher or what have you.
Well, that's a good reminder. Don't we have a bylaw or an agreement in the board that we have 2 meetings a month, most months?
We've definitely have had two a month if you average them. As a board, you set the calendar dates, and at that point, you have the authority, once you set it, to set it any days you want.
Okay, duly noted, Trustee Bierman. Anything else for tonight or the next meeting? All right, seeing nothing, we're adjourned at 10:33.
Interim reports can be put on consent. I've seen it done.
Oh, the candy fun.
Yes.
Really?